Yeah, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for October 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Some technical issues. Just give me a quick yes and yes if you can see me. Okay, great. I just have a couple of technical issues. Got to show the guys what's going on. I'm testing a beta. That's why I had to go back a version because it wasn't working correctly. So just give me a moment here as I let them know what happened. All right, let's see what's happening. Okay, well, crypto today, guys. I guess today is the day. Well, I don't know if it's going to be the absolute day, but today is the day that they're talking about finally adding I guess we'll call it a legitimate crypto ETF. I mean, we've been using GBTC for a long time, but there hasn't been, I guess, quote unquote legitimate ETF. So today's the day, whether or not the SEC allows, I don't know if they're going to make an absolute decision today, but at any rate, crypto is alive and kicking. We see Mara, Riot, BT, what's the other one? BTCM. So a lot of the crypto plays are running. And sorry guys, just give me a moment as I arrange. Yeah, I tried this new build. And the problem with it is when you hover over a candle, you want to see the high lows. For whatever reason, it defaulted to a black background up here, so I couldn't read any of the numbers. So that's why I had to go back a version. Now, keep an eye on TRQ and Corsair. These are two that could show up on the gap down, 10-day gap down. TRQ and Corsair. TRQ. The reason this is gap down is they say that mine delays because of COVID. Okay, so that is one, and the other one is Corsair, CRSR. And you can just see. I mean, this is It's already a 5-day gap down. So it'll more than likely show up in that scanner. And again, this is down. Corsair's down because they're guiding lower. They don't officially release earnings until the 2nd, but they're guiding lower ahead of their official earnings release. So those are two to watch as a potential that may show up on the 10-day gap down scan right off the bat. Now, other things happening. LMFA has gapped up. Sorry guys, I'm trying to deal with our developers too, trying to figure out what is going on. LMFA gapped up. Can I see any specific news? Not really, but it is gapped up. SNOA, I guess their sanitizer was approved in Australia. So I'll call this a crypto play, or not a crypto play, but a virus play. Not a Kairos play, but a virus play. Now, William, earnings season has officially begun, as far as I'm concerned. There is Alcoa, okay? Alcoa, big move after hours. Look at this. I mean, this is it's not an all-time high. I guess maybe up here will be the all-time high for Alcoa, AA. DCT, this gap down. I'm not sure. Let's see if this is gap down below the 5-day. Probably. Yeah, this is a big gap down. Looks like the news on this one, the CFO is leaving, so they're going to have to try to find somebody. Space, SPCE, gap down. The news that I read, some kind of a 1 month delay in their enhancement. Some enhancement that they're doing is going to be delayed by 1 month. ABVC. It gapped up for, let's see, is it holding its gap? Kind of. I don't see any specific reason for it. Not shortable for me. This is a classic little bio that probably is going to fade. So it's not shortable for me. CMPI, why did you gap up? Let's see. I don't see a specific reason. I don't know if this is lumped in. It says BTIG assumes coverage of immuno-oncology companies. Maybe this is one of them. Probably a low float. Yeah, very low float. Not too much volume yet. The very good food company. VGFC, the very, very good food company. Gapping down on a financing, a $2 financing. William, this one's for you. TMC, a little gap up. This is William. William has got a long-term hold on this one. He's looking to hold this one for 40 years. TMC. AVDL, gapped up. Do I see any news on it? I don't see any specific news. It's a pharma. So once this market gets rolling, my couple of ones I'm really going to watch are the TRQ and the Corsair, CRSR, sorry, for potential gaps. See what happens once this market opens. And again, the reason being they're gapped down already, and they've also gapped down below the last. It's a 5-day or a 10-day gap down. A 10-day daily breakdown. All right, 9:13. Let me take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. We have a few actually. A few of each. Let me get some of them in. That's what happened. Doggone it. Went back to this build. Okay, let me. The problem is I got to do them. I got to do it for all of them. So just give me a moment here. Oh man, this build doesn't have that. You know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to forego the upgrades and downgrades, guys. I'm going to have to get to another build. What time is it? 9:14? Yeah, so I've got time before the market opens. Okay, where are you? There we are. Just looking for, to find where these builds are. Give me a moment, just trying to load this. Okay, so I know it's still light, but I think now at least I have the option. There we go. Thank you for pointing that out, though. All right, we've got them all done. Now just get the SPY done. Of course, what I could do, I could have set up a chart with all of this. You know, I didn't. Unfortunately, there's no universal to handle all the charts at the same time. I could have set up one chart as a default, so this would always be like that. But okay, I think that is better now. Let's take a quick look to see what sort of action we're having in the sectors this morning. We're going to have a positive open. All right, so let's take a look at what's happening with the major sectors. Again, these are the major sectors. So technology, well, so again, take a look here. Energy, every single energy stock that makes up the XLE sector is up from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what this is referring to, the 100%. Technology, 86% of them are up. Financials, 98% of them up, etc., etc. There was the only so-called weak sector, I guess we could say real estate. Real estate is the weak sector, but I mean, it's all relative. Only 68% of them are up. So this gives a quick snapshot at what's happening in the pre-market. Of course, once the market opens, this can all change. Again, just a quick view to see what's happening. JSPR, I'm hearing, is it on the way up or is it on the way down? Let me just hear. I've got to get my pre-market scanners. Okay, so JSPR, this was the one that was really, look at this, guys. Activity again. This was the one that I think I had a $20 price target put on it. I got up to 1822 2 days ago. Yesterday, bit of a pause. Another resurgence. A lot of volume coming into JSPR. So I don't see any news on it. Might be just, you know, again, traders getting a hold of this one again, JSPR. Just give me a moment. So talking to our developers. All right, guys. So again, I am going to be watching TRQ on the open and Corsair to see if they actually follow through. Right now, they are 10-day breakdowns. Right now, and they did have news. TRQ news, delays in mining production because of COVID. I think they're in Mongolia. Yeah, they're in Mongolia somewhere. And also CRSR, the same sort of thing in terms of a 10-day breakdown and a gap down. And they've guided lower. They released on the 2nd, but this is a 10-day breakdown. So this will probably show up as one of those combinations in the gap down and the 10-day daily. I got to change the name of that. It's too hard to say. 10-day daily breakdown. Meanwhile, JSPR in rippage mode here. Just ripping here. Look at this. It's almost at the high of 2 days ago. This will be an all-time high. 1836 is the all-time high. So we're at we're within 9% of that. CRXT, which was a flyer before, CRXT is also moving up here now. I'm noticing this one, CRXT, just before the market's openings. CRXT, see any specific news? Don't see any specific news. I mean, they mentioned they're going to be presenting. This is yesterday. They're going to be presenting at the new real world experience. So this is CRXT. A lot of action this morning, and what I didn't mention is another potential for those for the 10-day daily breakdown. DCT. This is actually an earnings play, October 14th. So they released earnings after hours, right there. You can see that, and the reaction is still moving down. DCT. Other one I didn't mention is this MTTR. MTTR, Matterhorn. Is it still up? Yeah, it's still up. So, yeah, this Matterhorn, decent volume, big float, 181 million in the float. But look what it's trying to do. It's at 2020 right now. You can see some highs looking left, 2054. Another high is 2052. So what did it get to this morning? Got up to 2043. So you can kind of see that if it can take out, say, maybe around that 2050 to 2060 mark, I'm going to stick an alert around 2065. You can see that if it can break through here, then it's got some room to the 23 and a half level. Okay, so this is definitely one to keep an eye on if it wants to continue. DCT is continuing, guys. DCT is continuing down. DCT. Again, this probably will show up. Oops, DCT will probably show up on that 10-day breakdown. Okay, Jasper, JSPR. You think it's a sympathy play? CRXT, okay. All right, guys, I'm still having a conversation with our developers. Let's see if anything else is showing up here. Aider, oh no, never mind Aider. All right, we are going to open in less than 1 minute. William, where are you? We're going to open in less than a minute. Let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. Good morning, Ron. So I'm seeing TRQ is having a bit of a pop-up. I want to see if this that pop-up holds. And certainly the CRSR is one I'm very interested in if it continues down. Again, this is a guidance play. All right, we are, I think we're open, guys. We're open, yes. So typically I don't trade in the first 15, kind of let things settle down a little bit, but there's the TRQ now starting to drop, guys. TRQ starting to drop. Okay, watching that. Okay, there's DCT gapping down. This one I didn't mention, the CBD. CBD actually gapped up also. Here we go, guys. So JSPR, what a move. Now it's early. It is early. Look at TRQ, guys. TRQ. So this is early, but man, Jasper took out that high, 1848, I believe. What's the high here? 1824. So yes, it got above that high of 2 days ago. That's an all-time high, of course. TRQ, guys, on the way down. And there's Corsair on the way down. And it made it into both, guys. The Corsair made it into the gap down scan and into the 10-day daily breakdown. I have no idea what the trigger was for Jasper. No idea. Just traders getting a hold of it. I really don't know. All right, guys, my two focuses, Corsair, CRSR, and TRQ, on the way down. Next, on Monday, I'm going to show you exactly, if you missed what I was talking about, if you're just joining now, I'm going to show you what I was talking about. Look at TRQ. Wow. Oh my goodness, TRQ. Now this did not show up on the 10-day gap down, but boy, oh boy, it was. You could tell it was. I mean, look at this. There's the previous 10 days. I know there must be stocks going up, but what is Jasper doing right now? Okay, now, if, I'd be putting an alert maybe around here, the high of that candle, see if it takes it back later on. Okay, now PAVM. This one was tanking yesterday. What's it doing today? Continuing down. Now this is a play off LUCD. LUCD. And there's Jasper hitting up again. Boy, a lot of action already, as usual, in the first 15 minutes. Tons of activity. Oh man, okay guys, I mean, I have to tell you, I did break a rule here on the TRQ, but I can't tell anybody to take, but look at this. I mean, this is just it's funny, it's not showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Some filter must be preventing it. I don't know what that filter could be, but wow. So the next huge focus has to be on the Corsair now, the CRSR, okay? Has to be. The DCT, I mentioned that one too. Now it actually popped up. It's halted on a gap up, little gap up. LMFA, let me take a look at LMFA. Just having to keep an eye on the TRQ as it's broken down through another whole number. Well, just wait and see if it takes out the highs. I mean, there's nothing else to do. The 200-day moving average is up here. So what did it get to this morning? 549, 554. So got close to that 200-day. I don't see any news on it. Don't see any specific news on it. HUT, of course, is a crypto play. HUT, crypto play. Cryptos are alive today, guys. Yeah, DCT did halt on the way up, yes. Keep an eye on the Corsair, guys. This is definitely one I want to take if it starts to move down again. I didn't take it right off the bat, but if this starts to move down, this is one I want to take. You don't have to do the same thing. So I've covered some of the TRQ. You know, it broke down through 12. When it popped up a little over 12, I covered some. A nice quick, I don't typically do this, as you know, but these 10-day, well, there go. Okay, guys, Corsair. Again, I'm not telling anybody to do what I'm doing. All right, let's take a look at Holly. What Holly is doing, a short. Interesting, okay. All right, guys, if you were in the trading room when I opened it, I just said my two major focuses, TRQ and CRSR. That's what I said I was focusing on, to short. Whew, what else is happening here? Nothing in the option scanner yet. No idea what you mean by that. Or am I listening to bagpipes? No idea. Give me one more break. All right, guys. Well, I've taken some out. I mean, this is, I don't know how much further this is going down. I don't know if it's going to be an all-day short for me on the Corsair, but so far, so good. All right, so just to sort of hammer this point home, all right? Wondering why I'm doing what I'm doing. I don't know why I'm doing what I'm doing. All right, go you little... Okay, so this is what I do in the pre-market. Now I had to do a refresh, okay? So, but you notice I've got Corsair and I've got, well, I don't have TRQ in here right now, but when I loaded it this morning, Corsair and TRQ were in the gap downs, okay? Now this stops working at 9:30, okay? In this version. So I saw TRQ, I saw DCT also. When I looked at them, I quickly checked to see where were they in relation to the 10-day daily breakdown. So, obviously, the TRQ, when you look at the previous 10 days, of course it's a 10-day daily breakdown. So, became a huge candidate. And the same thing with the Corsair. So if you're wondering, well, why was my focus on those two? You know, they were going to be, they should have been anyway, a 10-day daily breakdown, and they were showing up on my gap down. And when I get that correlation, I want to hop on them. And that's exactly what I did. You know, it gives you, you know, just to have a couple to focus on. Look, I had no idea they were going to work as well as they did, but hey. Now the TRQ has bounced, so you know it's not. But look at the percentage move. You know, from about 12 from about 13 down to 1189. So anyway, that was my premise for this morning. Look at CRISPR, guys. CRSP. CRSP. I got slammed a couple of days ago. Kind of recovered, but it's getting whacked a little bit again today. Whew, it's you know, we're only 14 minutes in. I feel like I've been in this for an hour or two with the action. Again, I typically don't take these trades in the first 15 minutes or any trades in the first 15, but these gap downs, you know, I will make an exception. For me, I'll make an exception. Meanwhile, Alcoa, where's William? I can't believe William's not in the room. All right, piecing out the Corsair, of course, but I want to see if this it sort of turns into a bit of a long-term hold on a short, well, long-term, daily. I'm not talking about overnight. Anyway, Alcoa, no, it's not quite an all-time high. I guess the all-time high is back here. Back here at, what's the price? 62.35. Yeah, so that's the all-time high. Pretty impressive move for Alcoa. So now that I've had a chance to kind of look at other things, I see the Jasper, JSPR, is fading. All right, let me take a look at LMFA. LMFA. So you see what it did? Everybody see exactly what LMFA did? Hands up. What did LMFA do? I'm not talking about the press release. Come on, guys. Talk about this all the time. What did LMFA do? Other than pouring me a cup of coffee. See if anybody... Thank you, Bob. There you go. Remember we talk about signs, where a stock could go, looking left and all of that. The other huge one is the 200-day moving average. So look at that. The 200-day moving average, as Real calls it, it's a zone. But look at it, 571. What did it get to? It got to 575. And then it came right back down. Now, can it pop through later? Sure, it could. But, you know, if you've got a daily chart, you know, you should have the 200-day moving average as an indicator on it. And there's that green line right there. You can see, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? It should be to you because it happens. Nothing happens all the time, but I don't even want to put a percentage on it, but you see so many times when a stock goes into the 200-day moving average and just stalls. So always be aware of where that 200-day moving average is. All right, just watching some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything is interesting that's happening. All right, let me take a look at LUCD. LUCD, it probably is continuing down. Well, it's kind of flat. So LUCD, I guess this is a subsidiary of PAVM. So, or it has a connection with it. I don't want to call it a subsidiary. Has a connection with PAVM. Launched its IPO yesterday. Not good at all. The reason I say that is that the IPO was priced at 14, didn't even get there. Well, maybe it touched it. 1352 looks like it was the high yesterday. So when you see an IPO that's priced at a certain level and on the first day it doesn't even get to that level, that's not a good sign. I'm not saying it's never going to get, in fact, you'll notice here I've got a price alert. If at some point, in the near future, it takes it out, but right now, and so PAVM is linked to this one. And that's why PAVM was a steady mover. Did have a little pop at the end of the day, but for the most part, this is what it did all day long. A little bit of a pop here, but for the most part, it just steadily moved all day long. And AEHL, I'm hearing it. This is text to voice in this window here. Okay. And if you look left on the daily chart, what do you see? 347. So 347. So this area right here, 347 to 350, it could stall it. If it can somehow find its way through that, then the next high is up at 4. Now it's already had a tremendous run. I didn't see this in the pre-market. Why? Didn't do anything. Didn't do anything in the pre-market. Corsair on the way down again. I still have a little piece of that. I don't have that one, CTT. Now I changed some values. Yeah, so one of the things I did, Bob, is I upped the minimum volume to 500,000. So I won't see that one until that happened. I upped the relative volume, I think, to 4. So that's okay, but I upped the volume to 500,000. So I won't see that one probably for a while, if ever. I'm sure it'll hit 500,000 at some point. But by that time, you know what? It might be into that 200-day moving average. So that could, just to sort of flip the way you're thinking. I don't mean you, Bob, but in general, stock can hit the 200-day moving average and bounce off it. That could stall and move down. It's just the 200-day moving average. I mean, the strict definition, you can look that up, but I'm not somebody who really pays a lot of attention to technicals, a lot of the technical indicators, but the 200-day moving average is probably the one that is universally followed. Okay, it's the 200-day average price, moving average. Okay, and so when a stock gets close to it, when it challenges from below, it can really stall it from going higher. And if it's approaching it from the way down, it could stall it from going lower. It's one of those universally used for like a person like me who is not into technical indicators in a big way at all. It's the one that I will pay attention to. If you want a absolute full definition, just look up 200-day simple moving average daily. But that's basically it. No, it's the SMA. Always the SMA. I don't know anybody. I'm sure somebody in the room is going to say I do, but I know nobody who uses the 200-day EMA. There are probably a lot of programs that kick in. You know, when it's approaching. Yes, exactly what I'm talking about. LMFA, and I'm always talking on the daily chart. Okay, always on the daily chart. I don't care about the 200-day on any other time frame. I mean, some of you use it, and that's fine. I'm not saying not to. I'm only using it. You can see that green line on the daily chart. That's the 200-day right there. And look what it did. It poked right into it and fell off it. I'm not saying it's going to last, that it can never take it out again today. But, you know, you had to be aware of that if you were going to take this trade. Oh man, AGC from yesterday. That showed up in the option scanner yesterday. This is a SPAC. You don't know what a SPAC is? Look it up. SPAC. It's an acronym. Look it up. Basically what these are is what they call blank check companies. So they are looking to merge with a private company, thereby taking that private company public. It's an easier route to go than going through the lengthy process of an IPO, etc., etc. SPACs have exploded on the scene over the last 2 years. Okay. So I don't know who they're looking to take over. But usually you can find out in a, excuse me, if you look at news, you can kind of find out who they're looking to merge with. Yeah, so I'm no PC expert, but I mean, probably, you know, RAM. The higher the better. I think for us, see, we do most of the heavy lifting. I think if you ask our tech guys, they would say, you know, a minimum of 8 gigs. But, you know, RAM is getting so cheap now. My machine is 32. It's getting so cheap. And this is a 4-year-old machine now. It also depends on what else you're doing. No, it doesn't. I've got 3 monitors. That's plenty. 32-inch 4K monitors. You know, I know somebody had 6 monitors yesterday. Too many things to look at, in my opinion. But listen, if you can use 100 monitors and you can make money, do it. I'm not going to tell anybody not to do something if they're finding it's helping. You know, for me, because I've got two trading rooms going. Of course, I have my brokerage platform. Of course, I've got trade ideas up and running. Then I do a video at noon. So you know, I've got a lot of stuff happening. If you just have trade ideas on your brokerage platform up and running, I mean, we do most of the heavy lifting. I don't think you have to have, you don't have to go the gaming computer route. But if you can afford it, you know, top end video card and the RAM. No, she's putting a dig at me, Bobby. Somebody mentioned yesterday 6 monitors. They had 6 monitors. Said, "Wow, I think that's too many." And then she can't control herself. You see, she said, "There's no such thing as too many monitors." The burn. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, give me a moment here, guys. I'm just trying to. There we go. I'm trying to find out. So DCT obviously resumed. It was a 5-minute halt. Yeah, I mean, your internet connection is probably equally important, but that, of course, has nothing to do with your PC. But all right, just a minute. Somebody wants my layout. Just a minute. Okay, let's take a look at what else is. Okay, space now just showed up also. I see space showed up at, well, it didn't just show up, 9:52. I'm talking about in the gap down. So it is showed up in both. 2026. So no, that one did not move down from here, but you know what I'm doing is setting an alert. Now, when you look at, okay, actually there is room underneath. So I'm going to set another alert for about 2027. See if it takes it out later on. There was some news, space. I don't know exactly what has been delayed, but they mentioned some enhancement has been delayed by 1 month. So that caused, I mean, that seems like a severe overreaction, but it is what it is. Well, okay, let me find that article. This is what I read. Okay, this is what I read. Well, so said the enhancement period for whatever this is, VMSE, VSS Unity, will begin approximately 1 month later than anticipated. And now the commercial service is now expected to commence here. So I guess I see what you're saying now. This is, you know, when I'm looking at these things, I'm looking at them pretty rapidly. So that's what I saw, the 1 month later. But obviously this is probably, I don't know when they were supposed to commence, so obviously it's later also. Well, okay, I want to do a little poll here, guys. Where is the 200-day moving average for you guys on other charting programs for LMFA? Usually we're bang on. So we have 571. You know, I mean, is it because somebody's saying they added it and they have it at 550, which is, you know, that's a big difference. I'm talking about on the daily chart. Okay, so 572 at Fidelity. Okay, so I don't know, I don't know why you're getting 550 on your charting program. 571, 516, 572, 572, 571. So I would say that, you know, this is the right number. I don't know, 550, I don't know, what charting program are you using? well, I'm sorry, you're getting 450. Well, that is really, you're sure you're on the daily chart, not on another time frame. Yeah, I'm not, Jose, I'm not talking about a 3 month, I'm talking about a daily, but it seems to be the same. So a daily. So you know what? Print this chart out, guys. LMFA on the daily chart. Print this chart out, and as an example of something that gets stalled right at the 200 day. I mean, it's really stalled. Okay, I mean, look at it. Just there's that green line, popped into it and fell right off it and really fell off it. Yeah, 521 I think is too low, Jennifer. I don't know who your charting program is, but or who you're using, but seem to have the consensus is that it is right around that 570 on the daily chart. 200 SMA on the daily chart. Meanwhile, we've got me on the run here, ME on the run a little bit. 23 and me. That's a few years ago. Oh, guys, just give me a moment here. I've got to custom for Excel. Find a file for our developers. I don't mind being guinea pigs, but sometimes. Here we go. Just give me a moment. I'm going to have to do a... All right, see, wow, ME, guys, is on the move. And take a look at this. So this is on the 10-day breakout, and now it is looking like a multi-day. So more than that, obviously, if you look back all over here. So what's the next high looking left? Yeah, so the next high is 939, so it's almost there. Got all this little area to get through still. I mean, if it can keep inching its way up to this level, of course that'd be awesome. But it's just the standard SMA 200. You know, I don't. I believe it's always the close price that it's looking at. It's just standard. You know, standard SMA value. I don't adjust it. It's just the standard. Well, ME on the move here. I mean, it takes out that 950. I mean, it's got some room. What any news on this one? What do they do? consumer, okay, your research company, etc. So it's sort of it's a bio, I guess, kind of a bio. I guess it is, sure. And out of the U.S., okay. This had a IPO back here. Jeez, just a minute. Give me a moment, guys. I'm gonna have to put myself on mute. I'm trying to get a file over to our developers, so I'm gonna have to put myself on mute just for a bit, okay? All right, Edu, if you want to get out of a trade, just flatten it. Okay, sell. You have to pick a price to get out at. I don't know, but if you have market in the price box here, then it should sell at the market. Otherwise, you can use the flatten key. Okay, you want to get out of a trade in the simulator, just highlight the trade and click flatten, and that'll get you out of a trade. Okay. Well, look at the ME, 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 ME. This has just been a straight up. This will be one of those ones I'll look at the end of the day and say, why didn't I take this one? Straight up. Not really. I mean, these are just hotkeys, flattened. But if I want to get out of a position, okay, let's say I want to get out of this position at SPIR, okay, and I want to use this sell button. Well, I have the number of shares. If I have market in here, it's going to sell right at the market. Okay, so if I sell right now, and it took me out of the trade. So I don't know why that's complicated. Otherwise, you put a price in that you want to get out, but you know you may not get out. You may not be able to get out at that price. So what is complicated about that exactly? If you understand market mechanics, I mean, you go in at the market, sell, you're out using the sell button. Otherwise, highlight and flatten. That's just a hotkey. Flatten just means, you know, get me out, flatten my position. All right, guys. So things have finally slowed down a little bit. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sort of conversing with a developer also, trying to show them what was going on in the version that I had. That I had to go back a couple of versions. Well, you always have to click on it so that it shows up. I mean, if I want to take SNOA right now, I mean, I'm just going to do this right now. I'm going to show. I'm going to buy, I don't know, 300 shares, 400 shares right at the market. Okay. So there it is. There's SNOA. Okay. I'll buy another one. I'll buy Sophie. I'll buy it at the market. I'll buy 400 shares of Sophie at the market. Okay, so now I've got two positions here, right? Well, obviously, if if I want to get rid, if I only have one position, I still have to click on it because the symbol has to show up here. Okay, the symbol has to show up here, otherwise, you know, how does it know that that's what you want to do to get out of a position? I mean, it's pretty standard. Because what's happening is if I'm clicking on other alerts, okay, if I'm clicking on other alerts, I've just clicked on Jasper right here, and it's going to load the symbol in here. So if I want to get out of one of these, of course I have to click on it so that the symbol will load. Okay, does it make sense? Because you're clicking, you know, you're usually not just staring at this all day long. You usually, you know, you're clicking on other alerts and the symbol is going to load in here. So how is the system going to know, even if you've only got one position up here, that you want to get rid of it, unless you highlight it and the symbol shows up here? Okay, but that's why you practice, because that's pretty standard in any brokerage platform you're ever going to use. Okay, so just so you know. Wow, guys, 10:20 already. So, all right. Well, the TRQ was a nice one, but you had to trade it out. But it was a great percentage move. The Corsair. I'm out of everything now, guys. Okay. 2 quick trades for me. I don't often do that in the first 15 minutes, but I decided that I would do it today because I saw them in the pre-market. They both had news, so I knew that they should be active. Okay, well, you better define run, Diego. It's a little bit of a run. But yeah, you're right. I mean, if it holds 5 and starts to pop up with some volume. All right, guys. Well, it's 10:20 already, so welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen, and I am live on the mic. Today is the last day that you can sign up for the test drive. You won't get, obviously, you will not get 10 days, but if you think $11.11 is not bad for 6 days, you'll get the balance of today and all next week. Okay, and this is what you'll see when you click on the test drive link. So it ends on the 22nd. It ends next Friday. There's no extension, no nothing. So if you sign up today, please listen carefully. You're not getting 10 days. Okay? Not for 2 weeks. It ends on the 22nd. It'll still cost the $11.11. So, divide 6 into $11.11, less than $2 a day. If you think it's worth it to try us out, our premium service, then go for it. You also open, if you are a standard subscriber and you want to take a look at our premium service for those 6 trading days, go for it. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. There'll be a nice promo code if you do want to take out a subscription, but we do not put you into a subscription automatically. If you're going to take that test drive, a couple things I would do. I would take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay, I would take a look at the 20 lessons. I know it says for non-subs. Don't worry about that. And I'll show you what that looks like. But first, I will put in my homepage, and we'll get to that education section in a bit. All right, so I put in my homepage link. When you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So, if you want to take out a subscription right away, here's what you can do. Here's a promo code, Barry4Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. This is what you'll see. This is what you'll see. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. Annual premium is $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll take a look at a little bit later. You don't have to have an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard is $118, premium is $228. You can apply that discount, that 15% discount to the first month only. All right, only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. More information on my homepage. So you can. These are free sections. The Trade of the Week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon Eastern. And all the education. Okay, Edu, just give me a moment here. So in the education section, we have a user guide. It's a wonderful user guide. It was just launched last week, I think on Friday. It covers everything you can possibly want to know about trade ideas. Okay? You have a table of contents that you can look at, or you can take a look at the different sections. Okay? It's all well annotated. It has videos, the whole bit. So it's a wonderful new user guide. Also, though, the 20 introductory lessons. I mean, so, the user guide, of course, is very detailed, but you can always start off with the 20 introductory lessons. And what that'll show you, just, the basic features. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them, all the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus, okay? So I would start off with this one first if you're new, just to get yourself acclimatized to what Trade Ideas is all about. Daily support sessions. This is in YouTube. Between 12 and 1, another one of the traders takes over for me. Today it should be Andy. So before I take my break at noon, I'll pop the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want to, between 12 and 1. Daily webinar. So we're off schedule right now. There are no webinars next week. We'll resume them the week after. They are Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern time. You can sign up for them all now, and so you'll get notified when they are. We're on a rotation though now. What I mean by that is one week it's Monday, Wednesday, the next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. More educational videos for you to look at. A lot of this is covered, of course, in the guide. And here's a great little section here. Watch the videos. If you're new to trading, it starts off with literally what is a stock. So this is a great little short video series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. And then my scans. So here's the scan section. So if you have to be a subscriber, of course, or if you're part of the test drive. So this is a sample layout that you see. Okay, this is basically what you see, what I'm sharing. But for instance, for you, Edu, here's my gap up and gap down shared. Okay, these are all individual scans that I've created. So you can take a look at them. You'll hear me refer to the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. Watch this, and my moving higher with unusually strong options. Well, that was ME. I see that showed up. But these are different scans that I have created. So Edu, I don't know, maybe take a look at my gap up and gap down. I don't know what you had before. Okay? Remember, anything you do in Trade Ideas, if you have a scan or a layout that you've loaded, save it to the cloud. I don't know how many times I'm going to have to say that. I want to just hammer it home. And I'm not picking on you specifically, Edu, but we get it many times. I can't find my work. Did you save it to the cloud? No. Well, save everything to the cloud. If you create an alert window, right click, save or share to cloud, save it. So now it's in the cloud. If I accidentally close this window down, it doesn't matter. It's in the cloud. If I close my layout down accidentally, doesn't matter. It's in the cloud. I can just bring them back. Okay, well, here's a gap up and go. I don't know which one you had, Edu. I don't know which one you had, but, this is what I've got. Sorry, let me click on it again. I don't know which one you have, but this is a gap continuation or reverse, which one of them is a gap up and go. I don't know which one you had, so I can't help you. This is what I've got. Gap continuation or reverse. And if you click on it, you'll see that, first of all, before I get out of here, save my link. Save the link. Why? Lots of information in these two sections, right? All my scans, all the education. You don't have to do it while you're in the trading room. If you save my link, then you can look at all this whenever you want. Okay, let me get into, so that is it's all the information on my home page. Well, again, Edu, I don't know what gap up and go scanner you had. If you click my gap continuation, I'm going to show you what it looks like. But also, I want to check the channel bar and see if there's a gapper here that you'd have. Trade the gap. Yeah, so gap movers, let's see. Okay, that's okay, but if you're listening to me, if you go to our chat, if you go to new in the toolbar and click on new and then docked channel bar, one of the channels, you scroll down, one of the channels is called Trade the Gap. Okay, one of the channels is Trade the Gap. Can you find that? And this is good for everybody because what I'm going to show you how you can build your own layout, not having to know how to create a layout or a scan or anything in the first place. Okay, so can you find that from the toolbar? Click on, from the toolbar, click on new and then docked channel bar. And then you'll see all the theme channels that we have. Can you find that? Because one of the theme channels is called Trade the Gap. And I'm pretty sure, that this is, this is like a gap up and go. This one right here, Trade the Gap, or this one, Gap Movers. Okay, you have to save your work. So if you, for instance here, you want this gap, anybody wants the gap movers, okay? So this is what you do. You right click and you duplicate it into a free floating window. Okay, because what you're trying to do is you want to take this scan outside of the channel. Okay, so here it is. See how it's free floating now? So all I did was I right click, duplicate into free floating window. So once you have it, okay, now you save it to the cloud. Now I right click, save or share to cloud, save it. So now this window is saved into the cloud. Now you can go to another channel because I'm going to get rid of this. Now I can go to another channel, for instance. Maybe I want to go to the momentum channel. If I see a scan here that I might like, I right click, configure, summary, and I can see what it's looking for, but not to overcomplicate it. If I just like the concept of, well, Momo, it sounds good to me, right click, save or share to cloud, save it. So now it's in the cloud. I'm going to show you now so you can sort of grasp the concept of what I'm doing here. I'm going through various channels and I'm extracting windows that I might like to take a look at and maybe incorporate as part of my layout. Because now, let's say I've done that. I've gone through the different themed channels. I've taken windows out. I've taken these scans out, saved them to the cloud. Now, if I go to File, Load from Cloud, here they are. Here's Momentum. Here are the gap movers. Okay. I just highlight it and load it. And why did that happen? Just give me a moment here. Oh, I know. I'm sorry. I loaded a, okay. All right, so here it is. It showed up here, okay? So all I have to do is go and pick them again, load from File, Load from Cloud, and pick the ones you saved. Okay, this was a layout. I'm sorry, I made a mistake when I saved it. But you just pick the ones you saved. Say I had saved the action is heating up. Just load it. So you see what I'm doing is now if I saved individual scans from the themed channels, I save them to the cloud. I can bring them back one at a time. And now, at this point, if I've got the ones I want, maybe create some charts, then I can File, Save or Share to Cloud, click on Entire, and then give it a name. This is a layout now. give it a name, My First Trade Ideas Layout, and save it. So now what you've done, I'm not going to do it, what you've done is you've extracted different windows from the different theme channels, saved them to the cloud, brought them back one at a time, and then you save the layout in the cloud. Now it will always be there for you. You know, if you accidentally shut everything down, doesn't matter. You've saved it to the cloud. Well, the other thing is, when you exit Trade Ideas, because this is what I do every single day. When I exit Trade Ideas, because this is the layout that I want to see every single day. You know, this is my standard layout. You know, I've got some Windows, Trade Ideas Windows or scans, etc. on other monitors. I have 3 monitors. But when I exit Trade Ideas, File, Exit. Now I'm not going to click on this because for whatever reason it destroys my link to my broker. But when I click on Exit, it's going to ask me, save your layout, yes or no? I say yes. I say yes, and then when I reload Trade Ideas the next day, my layout comes back. I don't have to load anything from the cloud. The layout will be back. Yeah, don't worry about cluttering the cloud. Okay, don't worry about that. The whole idea of saving things to the cloud, there are several reasons for saving things to the cloud. Why I save individual scans to the cloud, because I mean, look at all these, well, I just have to go to my home page. So here are some scans I got, right, on my home page. I don't have all these scans up and running. Okay, these are just scans that I've created over the years, and I've created many more. I don't have them all up and running. You know, too many to watch. But what happens is, every now and then, you know, maybe I get tired of a scan that I've got in my layout, and I think, you know, it's not really giving the sort of results. Let's load a scan that I created last year and see what it's giving me. And all of a sudden I go, oh, okay, that's not too bad. So maybe I get rid of a scan that I've got on my current layout and add in the new scan and then save that, and now it's part of the layout. So that's why everything you do, every scan that you create, just right click, save it to the cloud, save to the cloud. You never know, even if you're not wanting to use it now, you never know, maybe a year from now you want to use it or take a look at it, see how it's performing. So I always save every single scan that I ever create, I save it to the cloud. I save the layouts to the cloud. So that's one reason. The other big reason, though, is that with Trade Ideas, you can have Trade Ideas on multiple devices. So I'm working off a desktop computer, but I also have a laptop. So all I have to do is download the program to the laptop, but instead of having to recreate everything from scratch, I just file, load from cloud, and I can load whatever layout I want. Okay? And then, so I don't have to recreate everything from scratch, or I can load an individual scan. Now, with Trade Ideas, again, you can have it on multiple devices. You can only have the program loaded one device at a time, though. Now, the other huge reason, though, if you're just working off a desktop computer, say, or a laptop, you just have the one device, if something happens to that device, you know, it explodes, you know, well, it's too bad. You get a new device and, you know, go through the configuration again, download Trade Ideas. As long as you saved everything into the cloud, it's all there for you. You'll never lose anything if you save it to the cloud. Okay? The other thing is, if you're part of this test drive, save everything to the cloud. Why? If you decide at some later date that you want to take out a subscription, as long as you use the same email address that you signed up for this test drive, everything will be available for you in our cloud. Okay? Not really a good mobile application, Jennifer, no. So I would say, I mean, obviously in your mobile device, I mean, we do have a web-based version of the program, okay? So you would use your browser's whatever browser you've got on your mobile device, and in theory you could load it, but I mean it's not really a mobile application. Well, what you see is what I use for intraday trading. You know, I have the 2 minute for a kind of a special reason, but I really concentrate on the 5 and the 15. But why I have a daily and a daily and a monthly and a weekly up, because I mean I get the question all the time, why do you have these higher time frames if you're an intraday trader? Why? Because everything I see is typically at a high or a low for the day, so I'm not having to worry about intraday resistance. So now I'm always searching to see, okay, where's the next high? Okay, on the daily chart. You're great, you're at today's high. Where's the next high on the daily chart? If it's too close, my opinion, to the current price, I won't take the trade. You know, I want to see a stock that has room to move before it hits the next high in the daily chart. If I can't see anything, let's say all this was way below, then I look at the weekly chart to see. And then I look at the monthly chart just to check to see how far could a stock go until it hits the next high. Yeah, the high of the green candle. Even the tail, even the topping tail. So up here, you know, so that's what I do. So that's why I have these higher time frames. And 4 or 5, well, okay, I mean, I shouldn't say obviously, but I mean the daily breakdowns and my option scanner. I mean, obviously my watch list up, I can't pay enough attention to it. But I mean, as far as a pure scanner is concerned, my moving higher with unusually strong options, you hear me talk about it all the time. And also now the 10-day breakdown and break up. I would probably concentrate on those three. That's for me. But that's because I'm a momentum trader. If a person is somebody who likes to take stocks on pullbacks, then you know those are not good because they're always looking for stocks making new highs of the day. Okay, Gerardo, you asked, the question was, how can I add a floating window to a docked window? So can you hear me and can you see my screen, what I'm going to do? Before I demonstrate how to do it. Okay. So let me grab a window, a free floating window, load from the cloud. I'll just pick any one of them. Doesn't really matter which one. So I'm going to go. The action is heating up. Load. So now here's a free floating window. Okay. Now, let's pretend. Do you have a docked window already, or are you trying to do this from scratch? Are you starting from scratch, or do you actually have a docked window already, and now you're wanting to add a floating window to it? Sounds like you probably are starting from scratch because the only way you could have created a docked window is by adding floating windows in. So I'm assuming you're starting from scratch. You already have one. Okay, easy then. If you already have one, right click on the floating window, right click, and you should have given it a name. Okay. Notice I've got these are my docked windows. All you have to do is pick the name and it'll load into that docked window. Hopefully you named it. If you only have one, well, it'll just show up. Does that make sense? So again, so just right click on the floating window, and then duplicate into the window that you want. I don't know how many you've got. If you only have one, it should, you know, I mean, it should, you should see the name of it. Always good to give it a name. But if you didn't give it a name, then you should only probably have one window, and just click on it and it'll put it in there. Make sense? Okay, great. Good idea always to, and here's a little tip if you want for everybody. If you're going to create docked windows, start off, give it a name and start off with docked. Okay, dock or docked or something like that. Why? Because if I want to see my docked windows, file load from cloud, and I do a search, all I have to do is type in dock, and here are my docked windows, okay? All right, guys, so let's talk a little bit about, practicing trading. Because this is, we're getting some questions in the YouTube room about practicing trading and all. I'm going to get rid of all these, okay? I was just showing somebody how to exit a trade and all that, so I just want to get rid of them all. Of course, I can do that. You can't. Okay, so first of all, no, thank you, I appreciate that, Jean. Jean or Jean? I'm not going to, I'll give you both pronunciations depending on your background. Okay. I'm going to pop a link in here. Give me a moment. Okay, so what I've done is I've popped in a link called Brokerage Plus. So if you click on the link, you will see there is two videos. The short video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas. The video shows you how you connect. You'll see in Brokerage Plus, you see there are two options. One is called Live and one is called Simulation or Paper Trading. Now, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're on our web-based version, unfortunately, it's not available. Okay? So, if you want to trade your Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade using this Brokerage Plus window, you can do so. Watch the first video. The second, longer video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. Okay? And it also, everything that's in there is also relevant to if you want to paper trade or get into simulation trading, as we call it, paper trading. Okay? So, but please listen carefully. If you do not have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can still use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the market. You can use Trade Ideas with any broker. Okay? It doesn't matter where you live in the world. It just means that if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, you can't use this feature. That's all it means. This feature is not mandatory to use, okay, within Trade Ideas. So I hope everybody understands that. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. For the second time, not really. The only way you can do something like that is put a position in days range and put it below, a little bit below, say the max at 98%. There's no way to do it for the second time or the third time. Now, I shouldn't say that. I mean, the The count filter is telling you how many times it's making a new, but it's not going to tell you nearing, okay? The alert filters are, real time. It's going to show you when it makes a new high of the day. But if you're looking for stocks that are near the high of the day, you can use the position in days range filter. Okay? And it's called the position in range. So if you added this filter, if you wanted to see stocks that were near the high of the day, and it's up to you, but you could say the minimum of, 97% to 99%. So that would mean it's within 1 to 3% of the high of the day. So it's nearing the high of the day. Okay? And that is the position in range filter. After that, of course, add whatever else you want in terms of a price range, a volume, etc., etc. Well, there's an Mara, of course. Mara, the question is, any stocks recommended to capture Bitcoin action? Well, Mara, one of the bigger ones, Riot. But if you're looking for, we call this an ETF. I guess technically it's not an ETF, but GBTC has been something that tracks Bitcoin. Okay. And today is the day. I don't know if there's going to be a firm announcement or the final announcement, but I know that some of the pro shares, etc. They have been lobbying the SEC or lobbying the government to allow we'll call it a more formal Bitcoin ETF. And so I think this is one of the reasons why Bitcoin is starting to surge again. Give me a moment, please. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about money management, okay, if you're starting out trading. I beg of you, do not start trading with real money, okay? We have a great simulator. You can practice trading until you get comfortable. Now, the harsh reality is some of you may never get comfortable, okay? I hate to say it like that, but trading is not easy. You got to put the time and effort into it. Yes, Trade Ideas is a wonderful program, but it is called Trade Ideas, okay? They are ideas to trade. Do I take every idea that I see? Of course not. I click on a symbol, I sort of do a quick analysis of whether or not I want to take the trade. But, I've been trading for a few years, so I can kind of sum it up in my mind pretty darn quickly. If you're just starting out trading and you're seeing all these symbols, you think, well, why isn't he taking everyone? Well, again, the program is called Trade Ideas. It's generating ideas that I might want to take a look at over the course of the day. So, how I like to demonstrate taking a trade in the simulator. So here's one that's running right now, okay? XPDI. XPDI is running right now. But what if I said, you know what, I don't want to take it right now. But I'd like to take it if it pulled back. If it pulls back to a certain price level. So what I'm going to do right now is the mechanics of how to do it. If I looked at this chart and said, okay, maybe I'd like to take it if it pulls back to 1056. Here's a little bit of a base on the 5-minute chart. So, when I clicked on the alert, the symbol showed up. I can pick how many shares I want to do this. If I type into the price and the stop box, 1056, excuse me, all right, so I've typed 1056 in both the price and the stop box, and I click the buy button. You'll see a blue line appears on the chart. So if this stock goes down to 256, it'll take the trade, okay? A lot of people don't want to take they don't like momentum trades, and that's fine. It's just how I trade, but that's okay. I would never say that's the only way you should trade. You have to find a trading style that is comfortable for you. So a lot of people would like to take a trade maybe if it pulled back to a certain level. So all I've done here is demonstrate how you can do that. You see the blue line. This is in the simulator. If it moves down to 1056, it'll take the trade. Now at some point, if I don't want to do it anymore, maybe the market is just, I see a big giant red bar and it's tanking and it's taking the stock with it, I can just go to the orders section and here it is, and I can right click and I cancel the order. Okay? So that's how you take a trade on a pullback using our simulator. Of course, you can do all this with if you're attached to your IB or E-Trade account, but I'm concentrating more for people who are new to trading and should practice before they commit money to the market. Now let's take a trade right now, though. Just going to find one that might be interesting, just to show you again the mechanics of doing this. It's a little expensive. I want to take a trade that pulled back. But you know what? Let's just say you did want to take this. This trade this AVDL has pulled all the way back down to 10. Maybe it holds 10. Maybe it can bounce from here. Okay. So let's just take this trade. And I'm going to buy 500 shares. I'm going to explain why I'm buying 500 shares. And I'm going to buy right at the market. The spread is only a couple of pennies, so it should probably take it at 10.11, which it did. Okay, it took the trade at 10.11. Now, when you get into trading, at least the way I trade, not every trade is going to work. So I always have a price that I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. That's what we call a stop. Now, if you agree with me, sort of nodding your head saying, okay, I get that. Yeah, sounds like a good idea. I should get out of a trade at a certain price if it's not working. But how do I determine that price? Well, here's where the practice comes in. So I am going to put a stop. I'm going to put it 20 cents away, not because every stop should be 20 cents away, but I want to make this math very, very simple. And you'll see on the chart, okay, I made a slight error. I should have put it at 9.91 to make it 20 cents away. Okay, you'll see right there though it says if it goes down to 105, if it goes down to 9.90. Let's see if I can get rid of that stop. I want to put it. So I'm just trying to make the math easy. Okay, see it disappeared. Now I'm gonna re-put the stop, or re-enter the stop. Entry price was 9.11. I'm gonna add the stop order at 9.91. I'm just trying to make the math easy. You'll see what I'm talking about as I get further on in the explanation. Okay. Okay, you see how it says minus 130 cents? So what I've done is again, I'm not saying this is the proper stop or anything like this, but I'm trying to make the math easy. So how do I put stops? I tend to, well, not tend, I look at a chart, I kind of size it up, and probably at least a 5-minute chart, but sometimes a 2-minute chart or a 15-minute chart, and I check to see where I think there's a lot of support. Support meaning a lot of action at a certain price, and it never really broke down through that price. So that if it broke down through that price, I should be out of the trade because it's what we call it's broken through support. That's how I do it. Others may take maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle to get out of a trade, or the previous 15-minute candle, or maybe use a moving average or something like that, okay? How you are going to determine your stops going forward, I can't tell you. I can tell you what I do, but you have to get comfortable with trying to place, with placing stops. So let's just say in this one, I did place the stop at 9.91. It happens to be 20 cents away. It didn't just happen to be, but I placed it 20 cents away to make this math super easy. Because now the next step is, okay, I get the idea. I should have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. How much should I risk on the trade dollar-wise though? Well, if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. You could get wiped out in 5 trades. Okay, and that's it. Bye-bye, back to your other job. But let's just say your account size, you can risk $100 a trade. That's what I've done in the simulator. That's why I took 500 shares. I mean, when you get into the trade, you have to know, obviously you know where your entry is and you know where your stop is. You know, you don't get into a trade and try to figure out the stop afterwards. When you get into a trade, you know where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. I put it 20 cents away, again, to make the math easy, because if I'm going to risk $100 on the trade, if I divide 20 cents, the difference between the entry and the stop, into $100, what do you get? 500 shares. So if it went, obviously 500 shares, if it goes down here, 20 cents, if I lose 20 cents, 500 times 20 cents equals 100. So it's not that I'm taking 500 shares every trade, 100 shares every trade. My share size will vary depending on what the difference is between my entry and my stop, and then I divide that into how much I'm willing to risk on the trade. A little bit of math to go through, but this is why you practice. And you shouldn't vary your trade size, your amount you're willing to risk in any great amount. I mean, you don't risk 100 the first trade, 200 the next trade, 1,000 the next trade, 50 the next trade, and you should, well, it's hard. You shouldn't get into revenge trading. If you obey your stop the first time and you lose 100, you might start thinking to yourself, well, oh man, I better risk 200 the next trade because I've got to make that 100 back, and then when it works, I'll be up 100. So if it doesn't work, now you lose 200 on top of the 100, now you're down 300. Well, I better risk 400 the next trade because I got to make that 300 back and be up 100. So one of the really hard things to do when you start out, and even if you are a so-called seasoned trader, some people just never will want to obey their stop. I always talk about when I get into a trade, I have a checklist. And if I cannot say, if my checklist is say 4 things, if I can't go check, 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 I'm always looking for reasons to not take a trade. Now somebody asked me, well, what are those reasons? Well, a lot of my reasons are already incorporated into the scans I got. I never have to worry about, well, it doesn't have the right amount of volume, or it doesn't have the right relative volume, or it's not doing, most of my checklist is already made up in the scans that I have, okay? So I don't have to worry that it doesn't have enough volume, or it doesn't have this. But then, of course, the next thing I'm always looking at is looking left. Does it have enough room to run before it hits the next high? So the bottom line is, unless I can check, 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 I don't take the trade. So you always should be looking for reasons not to take a trade. So if those reasons, though, are satisfied, and you think, great, I'm in this, all the reasons are satisfied, it still doesn't work. And you can't believe it. Man, it had great press release. It had great news. It had, had a ton of room on if you're a momentum trader, had a ton of room to move. Even the best setups don't work all the time. All right? But sometimes that's hard to stomach. So instead of obeying your stop and taking yourself for the manageable, say $100 loss, you keep saying, it's going to bounce back. So now I know I'm down 200, but that's okay because it's going to bounce back. I know now I'm down 300, but it'll bounce back. You see where I'm going with this. Finally, you end up saying, man, oh man, I better get out. I'm down $500. And you say, why did I not obey my stop? Because here's the deal. You obey your stop, you get taken out for that manageable loss. Guess what? The setup can happen again for the same stock. Maybe it was just a little bit early. Maybe for whatever reason, market conditions turned against you briefly. A lot of reasons why a trade doesn't work, even if it looks like it's the best setup in history. All right? You can always get back into the trade. So that's it, guys. I mean, that is my spiel on money management. How long is it going? I got a question. How long is it going to take me to get comfortable? I don't know. Some people never gets comfortable. But it could be a week, it could be a month, it could be 6 months, it could be 6 years. Okay. That's the harsh reality of it. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money in a real account. Okay? If you can make money in a simulator, though, there's still no guarantee that once you start live trading, you'll make money. Because again, it becomes very emotional when you start seeing your P&L jumping up and down. Okay? Well, Caleb, it all depends on, I can't highlight the most effective filters and alerts. I would say, relative volume is one that I always use because that's telling me that a stock is trading abnormally. I can't tell you what the most effective are. I mean, I know for my style of trading, I always have the relative volume. I think in here it's a minimum of 4. Just so, because I want to see stocks that are having abnormal activity for the day. So the relative volume filter is something I use all the time. I'll have a minimum volume, of course, but I can't tell you for, I don't know what your style of trading is. I mean, one of the things we have, which I didn't go over. Yeah, so I'm not a pullback trader at all. But this is what I would do. If I saw a momentum trade, okay, a momentum meaning now it's made a new high, but maybe I didn't want to take it right then and there. Let me see if I can find a stock that's making a new high, AEHL. Okay, this is a classic momentum trade, isn't it? Now, never mind that that red candle right now. This would be a classic momentum trade, but maybe you said, yeah, man, but I don't want to chase it. So if it pulled back here to 365, I would be interested. So now you can now that you've been alerted to the fact that this is a momentum trade, could be a momentum trade, but you want to take it on a pullback, use our price alerts. Put the price in which you want it to go to pull back. Watch what's going to happen. I'm going to set a price alert. Okay. And I'll go over that price alert. Okay, I wish it had triggered. Let me put a price alert right here. I'm going to show you why I'm doing this. See how it popped up on my screen? Okay. So this price alert window, it popped up on my screen. Why did that happen? Well, first of all, if you click on New Price Alerts, there is your price alerts window. If you've never used it before, it'll be blank. All right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is it's so easy to create price alerts. You saw what I did. All I did was go to a chart, and where that dotted line is, I put it where I want the price alert to be, or I could type it in. I mean, if I create a price alert, I could type in the price alert, whatever price I want. But if you can align it on the chart, obviously it's a little easier. And then you save it. Now, I minimize my price alert window. Why? You don't have to stare at it. First of all, it takes up some screen space. If screen space is a premium for you, then you don't have to have this up and running all the time. Like, you have to have it loaded. But okay, you see what happened? You see I'm getting these alerts right now. If I had this minimized like before, then my price alert window would have popped up on my screen, so I can't miss it. I also sort on the triggered time so that the last one will appear right at the top. You also notice how it kind of changed colors, or didn't change colors, but it started off with sort of a yellow and then it faded. I also put a sound alert on it. With sound alerts, if I right click on actions, you follow this, to play a sound, you set up a sound. You can have and you can do this for all your alert windows that you have. You can use one of them as text to speech as the alert. Why one? The whole idea of sound alerts is to put a different sound alert on the different windows so that when you hear a specific sound alert, you'll know which window to look at. Otherwise, if you put them all text to speech, you'll never know which window to look at. So you can use one. You don't have to use text-to-speech, but a lot of people like to have one of their windows text-to-speech. Otherwise, you check this Use Custom Sound, select, and here are 3 folders. And these folders all have some price alerts in them. Sound alerts. You click on one of them, highlight it. You can open it. You can play it. If you like the sound, then you say okay a couple of times, and then it gets attached to that, wherever you started. So that's why I put a sound alert also on my price alert window, because I have a wireless headset. So sometimes I wander away from my computer, and if I know the sound, that this one makes, I can come racing back in to see what stock triggered. But just minimize the window so it'll pop up on your screen when you get one. Okay, so okay, 1 to 20 range, Jane or Jean. If you just look under my momentum, if you go to my home page, and I will answer your question, Tim, in just a minute. Okay, somebody's looking for my momentum scanner. I mean, these are kind of momentum scanners, the basic new highs and lows, but a true momentum scanner also has a volume burst in it. Okay, so this momentum scanner, if you click on my home page, okay, so if you click on my home page and go to my scan section, click here, and here are 2, momentum up, momentum down. I can't remember what price range it is, but it's really simple to change it. I think it's probably no more than $20, 1 to 20. Okay, but you just click here, and if you don't know how to load things from the cloud, please either go to the guide or go to the 20 lessons. It shows how to load things from the cloud. And for instance, though, if you loaded my basic new highs and lows, and you right click, configure, you'll see what I'm looking for. All right, and if you didn't like this price range, so for instance, Gene, if you don't like the price range, you want it between, if that momentum scanner, I can't remember what it says, is probably 1 in 20, but all you have to do is click on the icon and just change it. Really simple to change. But 1 in 20, if that's not what it is, and then say okay, and now it's changed. So for all of the scans that I'm sharing, you can of course, see what I'm trying to really demonstrate here is that you can have all my scans. You can have the scans that we create in the channel bar. So you don't have to know how to create scans at all if you don't want to. But there could be a time where you say, well, you know what, I don't mind a Barry scan or something from the channel bar, but I'd rather have a different price range. I mean, you should be at least able, to do things like changing price ranges or changing, maybe a volume, things like that as you progress using trade ideas. Okay, Tim, are you listening? Looking for the differences between standard and premium. Okay. So the main difference, standard and premium, everything is real time. Okay, so the main difference is the AI. I mean, that is the main difference. You want to have access to the AI, where the trades are, when they come in, nothing for you to do. You just let the trades happen. You have an entry, you have a stop. How you manage them will be up to you. That is the major difference between standard and premium. Okay. The other difference. Differences, standard you can have 5 charts, you can have 10 charts, premium you can have 10 charts. Okay, I'm going to get this. Standard, you can have 10 charts. Premium, you can have 20 charts. All right. With premium, you do have access to the backtester, which if you're somebody, and most of our customers do not do this, but if you're somebody that likes to build your own scans and then backtest the strategy to see how well it worked, you need our premium services. Premium service. That is the big, those are the big differences. Okay, and limited scanning, yes. I mean, standard and premium, no difference. Okay? But the main difference is the AI. Okay? But the ability to practice trading in the simulator, standard is fine. And I should also point out, when you're using our simulator, it's using our real-time data. Okay, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, in theory, you don't even need a broker. If you just want to start off practicing with our standard service and using our simulator, and you haven't, got a broker yet even, it doesn't matter because it's using our real-time data. So you can practice trading using our simulator before you actually decide, yeah, I think I can do this, and then go get a broker. The other thing about trade ideas is that, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Again, it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use this. You just can't use this feature if you don't have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. That's all it means, okay? And we have created what we feel are enough alerts. These are all the alerts when you see these icons. And when you scroll down, these are all the filters. Now, before anybody says, my goodness, how am I going to learn them all? Well, guess what? You don't have to. What we've done is, we've created enough alerts and filters that for those who want to create their own scans, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? You don't have to learn all these. I know what they mean, most of them, but I probably use 0.5% of them. If you have standard, yes, you can link, interact. The only thing you can't do, and I don't, first of all, you hear me say this all the time. If auto trading were so darn good, you don't think I'd be doing it? People seem to want to auto trade. We don't recommend auto trading the AI. If you have your own strategy and you're very comfortable with it, you want to auto trade it, of course, if you want to do that, that's fine. If you want to auto trade, you will need our premium service, and you would need an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. But if if you're not auto trading, and you have an Interactive Broker, all you need is our standard service. Because I could click on an alert, TIPT. If you watch the video to show you how you can connect to your IB or E-Trade account, and now you just trade it. Okay, from within here. I would never auto trade. I would always, always, always want to be able to take a look. Unless you are a pure scalper looking, and this system, Traded is not designed for this. It's not designed, if you want to make 2 or 3 cents, quick scalps, it's not designed for that at all. So consequently, when I click on something, I always want to take a look at where is it coming from? What's the pattern? What sort of room does it have? Before I make up my mind to trade it. Listen, obviously if the stock jumps at $1 in a nanosecond, okay, I won't be able to take the trade. Most of the time though, that's not the case. Sure, is it going up maybe 5 cents, 6 cents, and so I'm not in at the exact alert price? Well, typically, I'm not in it to make 5 or 6 cents. I'm hoping that, it's got enough room that, it's going to give me a decent risk reward. So I don't get too hung up on the fact that, well, man, I got the alert at 590, 1594, and now it's 1598. I guess I can't take the trade. If that's the type of trader you are, then don't use trade ideas. No word on it in stock. I know we get asked every day, when is Ameritrade, TDA, no word on it. No word. I have no idea. Working on it. Difficulty with their data, accessing their data properly. So, no idea. So Trader Ken, when you shorted TIPT a couple of days ago, so you've held this swing, a swing short, okay. Did you have a stop? Yeah, the standard service is fine. It's fine. I mean, for those of you who are interested in having something that's kind of a little more laid out for you, but it doesn't mean that, you have to know how to trade them. This is sort of an interesting one, the KOS. Notice it got stopped out. But look what happened here. And if you have the AI, you should make sure you have the reentry time and price columns added. If you don't, add those columns. If you don't know how to do it, just right click on any column header and click on columns and scroll down. This is all alphabetical order, and add these, the reentry price and stop price and time. I don't care so much about the stop, but certainly the reentry price and the time. Why? So this is a classic situation in which, okay, the AI was a little bit early on this one, got stopped out, but gave you an opportunity to take this trade again at $3.70. I'm not saying it's going to, it's working a little bit, but from that entry of 370, I guess it did get up to 390. This is a tough one to trade, don't get me wrong, but sometimes you'll see on the reentry that the stock really moved the way the AI was hoping it would move the first entry, the first alert. Okay? And how is this established? Nothing scientific about it. It just takes the entry price, the stop price, the difference, and halfway between the difference between the two of these is 370. Okay? And you can get an alert on it, and it's telling you at 9:59. So look at this. It got the exit was at 9:58, and it popped up a little bit. I mean, obviously this is a very tight stop. I mean, to get in at 374 with a 7-cent stop, I mean, that's really, that is a very tight stop. But so be it. But that's why I'm saying you have to know how to trade. I mean, this VVNT is looking interesting, isn't it? 910, 924 now. No, for me and the AI, people ask, well, do I take every AI trade? First of all, number one, no. And I only take the ones typically that are under $20, but it doesn't mean I take every trade that's under $20. Again, I will go through some quick analysis. Do I want to take this trade? So when I look at VVNT, I mean, the first thing I see, remember we got the alert at, and I didn't see it at the time of the alert. I mean, I was busy talking, so I did not see it at the time of the alert, but I'm still not late. Sure, we got the alert at 9:10 and it's at 9:20 right now. But what do I see? So it got up to 9:32. The next high looking left. Drives me crazy when, we hover over this and we can't see. I have to change the symbol and go back to it. I don't know why that happens. You'll see what I'm talking about. So I'm going to look. So I've reloaded VVNT. So the next high looking left is 963 on this, and the next high is 933. What did it get to? Got to 932. Now I'm not saying it's impossible for it to get to that next high, but it's obviously has stalled it. Now, even if it got through that little high there, then it's got to contend with 963. Now, that's about 30 cents away. That's not terrible. But imagine if it could get through all of this and start to really fill in this gap. It is recorded, Edu, but I mean, you know, this is six hours long every day, so I don't know how effective how you're going to use it, but yeah, I mean, we get this question all the time about swing trading. I'm not a big swing trader, but for instance, but we do have a channel that is called Swing Ideas. So if you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar, and one of the channels is called Swing Ideas. Where are you? Okay, Swing Ideas. You can take a look at that. Okay? But, you know, let's just say for argument's sake, VVNT gets up to this area right here. It's an AI alert, right? Gets up this area, closes well. Well, you look at this, you think, wow, it still has some room it could run. You could, in theory, decide you want to swing this. Any AI trade that you look at, if it closes well and it seems to have room to continue to run when you look at the higher time frames, you can make up your mind, say, yeah, I wouldn't mind swinging that. Swinging is just a mindset. Okay, day trading, swing trading, to me it's just a mindset. I am more comfortable day trading because I just happen to like to be out of everything at the end of the day. Don't have to worry about, you know, what might happen overnight. Not to necessarily the individual stock. Of course, I'd be interested or worried about that, but you know, the macro events that can happen in the world. So that's just my style of trading. Do I ever swing? Yes, I do. Snap for the IB News for Snap. Okay, yeah, I see that news. Hearing Minervini named stock as new law. I don't know that person at all or that fund at all. Excuse me. Don't know them. Never heard of it. But obviously carrying some weight. Yeah, never heard of them. And I'm not ashamed to admit it. And remember, this room is like this Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. all the time. This is not just special for this test drive. You want to head over. What time is it now? 11:27. So it should be Andy in her room, the YouTube room, at noon, taking over for me. The other guys are way more swing traders than I am, so they may have some scans designed. You know, there are things like bouncing off moving averages, things like that. I just don't have scans like that. So you might want to head over there and ask Andy or one of the other traders who are more into swing trading than I am for their scans. No, the CTT, I know you were talking about it, and yeah, so it did break down through the 200-day moving, way down below the, wow, that was an excellent one. All right, guys, so it's been a rapid morning for me. Again, out of the norm for me, taking two early trades before 15 minutes on the TRQ and the Corsair CRSR. So it's the only thing I've done. So remember, the room opens at 9, half an hour before the so-called market opens. And if you were in the room at that point, you heard me talk about TRQ and Corsair as my two number one focuses to short. Oops. Now a word about also my stops here. So, this is, I was showing you how to place a stop, etc. Oh, I see, I obviously put this one as a pullback. Remember I was demonstrating how you can take a pullback trade, XPDI. So this is what happened. Now, would I want to be in this trade right now? I don't know. The same thing with a pullback trade, all right? You know if it doesn't work where you're going to get out. That's why you would share size accordingly. So so at this point though, I may, if this doesn't bounce, and again, I have to emphasize this again, even on a pullback trade, if I'm saying to myself, I would like to take this trade if it pulled back to 1055, so you see that's what it did. But I would also know where my stop is so that if it did execute the trade, I would know where my stop is. So at this point now, it's pulled back to that level. And again, I was just demonstrating the mechanics of how to do that. And now I can start watching it to see, okay, is it going to hold this level and move up? If not, I would be watching to see if it starts approaching my stop. Where I was really trying to talk about this is that my stop is my absolute worst I want to make on or lose on the trade. Okay, the worst I want to do. So you notice here, if it goes down to 991, that's the worst I want to do on this trade, $100 loss. But I do reserve the right that if I just don't like the way it's trading, I can always get out before my stop hits. Okay, and because if I just don't like the way it's trading. So at this point, I don't like the way this is trading. Again, this is in the simulator, so I would just flatten this trade. Okay, and now I'm out of the trade. So I did not allow it to hit my stop. And that's, that's just the way I trade. If I get into a trade and I just see it starting to drift, and even though it hasn't hit my stop yet, I might say, you know what, I'm going to get out. I can always get back in. Commissions are so cheap now, doesn't matter. I can always get back in if it sets up at a later time. Well, first of all, you can't backtest a top list window. You can only backtest an alert window, and none of my things would backtest well. Okay, none of my scans. I don't care because I'm looking. It's hard. Backtesting is a very advanced topic. The question was, backtest your option scanner. It doesn't. I just want the ideas from it. It doesn't backtest well at all. Now you might say, well, then why do you like it so much? Because backtesting requires, putting in maybe hold periods and a lot of other parameters. And I used to backtest when I took the program back in 2010, just as a customer, not unlike anybody else. I got all keen about backtesting, and it's fun if you're a bit of a math nerd or a geek or whatever. It's kind of fun to play around with the backtester. You get into the optimization and all that. But I soon found that, something that back tested well for maybe a few days, all of a sudden you're getting results a week later and it's not back testing well anymore. We're not getting the same sort of results. So you'd have to go back into the back tester, start tweaking, maybe changing the volume, maybe changing a price range, maybe changing this and that. And I just found that, oh man, for me, it was just way too time consuming. And now, especially what I'm doing, I have no time to even look at back testing. So back testing, very few of our customers do it. And but some do, and they have a strategy, and if it back tests well, great. But I'm more interested in the ideas that my scans are generating, clicking on the alerts. I don't get so many alerts that it's overwhelming, okay? So I can size it up and think, yeah, maybe I want to, take this trade because it's sizing up well for me. But you can't back test the top list anyway. You can only back test an alert window. Yeah, I mean, it's an advanced topic, back testing. I don't demonstrate it because such a low percentage of our customers do it, and I don't want to complicate the issue. But you want to back test, you create a strategy, right click, back test strategy, okay? And in the guide, it's covered. In our new guide, it's all covered. Yeah, Edu, I keep everything very simple. You notice, I mean, I put these indicators on because a lot of people in the room use the Bollinger Bands and then the 8 EMA and 20 SMA, so I do that. I can't pay enough attention to it to really make it that relevant for me, okay? I'm more into, for instance, the price action. So let's just say I decided that, you know what, I wouldn't mind taking this trade at 9 if it gets back up to 930, or I want to know about it if it gets back up to 930. So you notice I put a price alert. Now I don't have to stare at this anymore. Let's just say it does get back up to 930, but if I don't see a big volume push at the same time, I won't be interested. And it's not a matter of the absolute volume. It's if I look in look at all the volume today is most of the volume is in that opening candle. And then the volume just has decreased, or it's just gone flat. So what I would want to see is at least a pop in one of these volume bars. It doesn't have to be, like the same size as this one, but I want to see that there's a little bit of enthusiasm. So yeah, so the fact that it's making a new high for the day, but it could just fall right back down if there's no enthusiasm. And I define enthusiasm, of course, as a volume increase. And yeah, the other thing is, just because you get a volume increase and a pop to a new high, there's no 100% guarantee that that's going to spur it on. But I can almost guarantee that if there's no enthusiasm, yeah, you might get a few pennies, but I mean, if you don't get a lot of buying activity, then, why would you get into the trade at that time? Yeah, practice in the simulator. Practice in the simulator. I can't emphasize it enough. You practice in the simulator, uses our real-time data. Even just the idea of practicing in the simulator, at least it gives you an idea of just the mechanics of placing a trade. If you've never placed a trade before, you can be hovering over your little buy button in your broker, afraid to press it, because you've never done it before. I remember, when I did my first trade, with a broker. It was sort of nerve-wracking. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? Well, at least here you can practice using our simulator, just the mechanics of hitting a buy button and seeing what happens. Futu, F-U-T-U. So that got hammered yesterday along with Tiger, T-I-G-R. I mean, look what happened. Look, I don't know if Tiger has. Tiger was a great short that I unfortunately could not get because of the uptick rule nailed me. Or did I get it? I can't even remember anymore. I don't think I got it. I did get it eventually, but not for much. But look what happened. So this was the news and the pre-market. Look at this is yesterday's pre-market action right here. You can see where this mauve area here is the after hours the day before, and then this is yesterday's pre-market. You see the big gap down, and where the news came out that the China regulators are taking a look at these brokerage firms, Tiger being one of them, and FUTU being one of them. You can see the same thing would have happened to FUTU. Look at this. Here's the gap down. So it does pay to do a little pre-market work to check to see, okay, this stock is really whipping higher or really ripping lower. Why? Is there a reason for it? So I mean the reason, for why did the TRQ, well, I saw the reason. The reason why it was down, okay, they have a mine, I think, in Mongolia, and production is being really slowed because of COVID. So that was the news. Corsair, the two that I wanted to focus on, Corsair basically came out and said, you know what, we're guiding lower. We're going to release earnings on the 2nd, but we're already kind of pre-warning the market that we don't think we're guiding lower. So that was the reason for the big drop. Wow, 11:42 already. So what I'm going to do, I just want to confirm that it's Andy in the YouTube room today. All right, it is Andy. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, time is it right now? 11:43. So I'll just put the test drive link in one more time. This is the last day you can sign up for it. The next test drive won't be until January. Okay, so that's the test drive link, and this is what you'll see. So you can sign up, you'll get the balance of today plus next week. That'll be 5 trading days. It'll still cost the $11.11. You're not going to get 2 weeks. It ends on the 22nd. No extensions, okay? So if you think to spend $11.11 to get our premium service for the balance of today and next week, then go for it. If not, well, wait till January. Okay, William, if you go to my homepage, question was, where can you find my scans? No, I don't trade options at all. Okay, I'll explain though why I have an option scanner. I don't trade options at all. So, William, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. So let me get out of here. This is what you'll see. And so here, this section right here, my scans. Okay, this is a sample layout. It looks a lot like what you see. And then here are all the other scans that I created. You know, the moving higher with unusually strong options. I really pay attention to that one. Only one alert today. And then this, you know, the 10-day daily breakout, daily breakdown. I like these two a lot. But, you know, everybody has a different trading style. Now, the question, just a second, I had a question, do I teach options? And no, I don't. But so why do I have something called an option scanner? Okay, Andreas, let me just check something, okay? I just want to answer Carol's question. So what this one is doing, that's why it's just moving higher with unusually strong options volume, okay? So all I'm looking for is just another way of seeing stocks that are having abnormal activity, and now this time it's based on option activity, okay? So I don't trade, when I get an alert, I'm not trading the options, I'm trading the stock, okay? Now, there are some in the room. These are our option filters that we have. There are some, and I can't attest to it because I don't trade options. But these are the options filters that we have. So we have the put-call ratio. Option volume is the option volume, the average over the last 10 days. Here's the option volume today. Put and call volume today. And then this is the key one, the option volume today percent. That's what this scan is looking for, or is using. So, for instance, if a stock normally has traded 2,000 contracts over the last 10 days, for me to see that stock today, it will have had to trade 6,000 contracts, 300%, or using as a ratio 3 times. That's what this is showing me. Stocks. So if I look at it, if I click on ME, there are some other filters, but it's traded 28,000 contracts a day, which represents 6.5 times normal over the last 10 days. That's why it's showing up. Does it mean that I automatically 100% just take the trade? Of course not. But it's alerting me to the fact that this is having an abnormal option day. Okay? But it's not telling me, okay, here's how to trade the option. Okay, Andreas, are you part of this test drive, or are you a premium, like if you had sounds like you say you are a premium subscriber. So is this the first day, or is this your first day with Trade Ideas? So when you say the daily candle, so for instance, if you look at ME, you wouldn't see a daily candle like this. And first of all, I guess I should make sure. Can you hear me, Andreas? Can you hear me? And can you see my screen? Nice to hear, Jean or Jean. You have to tell me, is it the French pronunciation or the American one? Okay, you can hear me. Okay, so when you say load ME, are you saying you don't see a green candle that looks like this on the daily chart? As an example. I'm just using ME as a. I mean, you could look at any stock. The French one, you like it, but you're not French. You like Jean, don't you? But you're not French. Well, I'm from Montreal, so I can probably give you the correct pronunciation either way. So again, Andreas, do you when you load any symbol, but I'm just using ME as an example, and on the daily chart, are you saying you do not see You do not see a daily candle. Okay, you don't see it. What do you see? Do you just see the last red bar from yesterday? Okay. By any chance, is there a little, I'm trying to create one here. Let me see if I can create one here. What? By any chance, is there a little right arrow that you can see that you can click on that maybe it's because you scrolled back? For instance, if you click on it, how about how about an intraday chart, like a 15-minute chart for ME? What do you have? Do you have do you see can you see my screen? Can you see that? I mean, are your intraday candles okay? So on an intraday, like a 2 or a 5 or a 15-minute chart, are you getting the correct information? Intraday is okay. So it's just your daily chart. What if you did this? Click on New. I mean, I don't know if this is going to work. Click on New and then Chart Window. Okay, so you've got a brand new one. Change the time frame. Right click. Change the time frame to a daily chart if that's not what's loading. So a brand new one. And we'll try ME again. And do you not see a daily candle? I'm just wondering if your particular daily chart is, for whatever reason, corrupted or something. So can you load a new chart, change it to daily, change the symbol to ME, and see if you get that daily candle. Wow, that is bizarre. Let me... Is that for every... So if you went to Microsoft or something, Microsoft, MSFT, you don't see a red candle. It's every single daily chart, you don't see today's candle. Even loading a brand new chart. I mean, it can't be the fact that even if you shrink it, it doesn't matter. Can you do me a favor? I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon. Can you right click on your daily chart, right click on it, save or share to cloud, okay, and then save and share, okay, so now, and say, okay, now it's copied, and then, but you're in, I don't think you can paste things in that stupid YouTube room. Because I wanted you to give me your daily chart. But I don't think you can paste anything into the YouTube room. If you came over to the main trading room, you could do it. This is a link to the main room. If you know how to copy and paste and then just give me that chart and come over to the main room, then you see you can paste it in here and I'll be able to see it. I don't think you can paste links into the YouTube room for me to see. And then I can take a look at it to see. But that is too bizarre. And there's no little right, I mean, no, because there wouldn't be, if you loaded a brand new chart, and you're not seeing the daily candle today, I don't know what to suggest, but I'd like to see your chart, but I don't know how. You might have to go to tech support. This is beyond me. So if you can't come to the main room and you can't give me the link, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you if I cannot see it. So you might have to go to the home page and just start a live discussion. And say, hey, I can see intraday candles, no problem. On my daily chart, I don't see the current daily channel, a daily candle. That's a new one on me. And there's no, I mean, no, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, sometimes when you scroll back, there's a little right arrow that brings you back to the current day or current time, all right? But if you loaded a new chart, you promise me, you loaded a brand new chart and you change it to a daily time frame and you don't see today's candle, I don't know what's going on. And it cannot be anything to do with the time frame. I'm sorry, not the time frame, but the properties show pre and post market. It cannot be, I don't think. No, it can't be. There's nothing else that should be stopping that. So Steve, you can hear me. Is that something that's going on? I'm assuming you can hear me, Steve. You're asking him to go back a version? I've never seen that, no matter what version I've ever had. Are you saying that is sort of a known bug? Maybe Steve can't hear me. All right, guys, I'm going to be on my break. I'm just waiting for, well, I see Steve's in the room, but I'm waiting for Andy to show up in our YouTube room. And so I'll be on a break until about 12:50. Oh, the candle color. Oh, I see. See, I never had that issue, so I.
Hey, David, how are you? Man, makes that transition fast. Hey, guys, welcome to the Friday edition of the support session, support webinar. Can you, everybody, hear me okay? All right. Another David. Hi, David, how are you? Hey, Dannon, I guess. Autolycus. All right. I've seen that name in here for a long time, so I'm going to call you Auto. Metacom, how are you? All right, guys, welcome aboard. This is the Friday edition of the support session. All right, so if you are on the test drive, you have any questions about the product, if you've been stumbling around with some issues, just, hey, this is a place to let me know, and I'll do my best to resolve any issues that you might be having. Hi, Gene, how are you? Catahoula? All right. Got a good crowd today, man. So you guys hopefully been trading well. I know most of you are in Barry's room, so let me give me a little cough drop. I got a front blowing in here, and it's kicking up some allergies for me. Jacques, how are you? All right, looks like everybody's doing good. All right, so hit me with the questions if you have any. If not, we can talk about some stocks. We can always kind of take a look at the market. Could you back test the top list? Well, you can't back test the top list. Okay, you can only back test what's called an alert window, like this, an A window. And the reason being is because for the back test to work, you need to have a timestamp for an entry and obviously a timestamp for an exit. You need those two components to actually run a back test. A top list does not have alerts, okay? It's just a scan that refreshes every 30 seconds. So there's nothing to alert you as anything. But I'll be happy to back test an alert window for you. All right, let me get a drink of water and we'll do that. So this is an alert window. This is a pullback above 50 long swing. You guys have access to this in the swing channel. I call it something else. I think I just call it pullback swing in the swing channel. But it's looking for stocks that are pulling back and possibly reversing on the daily time frame. So it's funny though, this was in that bull run we have. If you take a look at the market during this time right here, it was, back testing very well. Well, over the last, let's say, what is that, about 45 days, it's not doing very well. And you can see the reason. It's been really choppy in the market. And I wouldn't say we're out of the woods yet. I wouldn't not be surprised if this, if this market, if it trades the way it has been, it possibly could roll over and maybe go to lows and maybe even fill the gap here. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but if the choppiness continues, that's what we'll see. But anyway, let's back test this. Okay, so right click, okay, you find the back test in any window, and you're basically just going to work through the tabs from left to right, okay? Your entry time, this is what time you want the back test to start testing all of your alerts coming through. Maybe you don't want it to test the first 30 minutes. You just put this on 30 minutes after the bell rings. Maybe you want to cut it off 2 hours before the bell, the market closes. Okay, you just use the toggle there and just do that. Timed exit. All right, you have an option for a day trade. You can put it on how many minutes you want to run it, or you can do time of day and set it for whatever time of day just by using the toggle here. Or if you want to do a swing trading one, I just use at the market or at the close. That's your only option when it comes to back testing. You cannot try to pick an interval in between. Risk management, you're basically just telling what your stop loss and profit target is going to be if you want to use one. Advanced, the main thing here is your little toggle. I always like to keep mine all the way to the right to get as big as a sample size as I can. And that's basically it. Once you've filled out, all these, I don't like using these stops and trailing stops. I tried to do that for one afternoon, I think for about 4 hours, and I never could get anything to beat my timed stop, So I think trailing stops can get you out of good trades a lot of times. All right, let's go to summary, make sure everything looks okay, and then you just want to simulate where it's a buy or a short sell. Maybe it's a sell. So we click it, and it will start calculating. I hope it's being pretty slow. Great. I was testing this earlier, and it was working just fine. Let me let the guys know real quick. You know what? Let me do this first. Let me change. A lot of times, guys, if you feel like you're getting slowness, you can change servers. I'm just going to go ahead and stop this back test, and I'm going to go to account, and I'm going to reset my connection, and I'm going to try it again. And that doesn't look like it's working very well either. So, yeah, I informed the guys about this. Let me try it again. All right. Maybe I hit on a decent one here. Anyway, that's a good lesson right there, guys. If your charts are hanging up a little bit at times, just go to that account and hit reset connection. You can do this up to 4 times because we have 4 different servers, and usually it's not an issue at all with any of our servers. But right now, when we have so many people on our test drive, it does kind of can slow things down a bit. Anyway, you can kind of see the lines here. About maybe the first. This goes back 65 trading days, so it looks like it's pretty good. Now it starts to really get kind of ugly as the market gets kind of ugly. Sometimes it gets a little bit stubborn here toward the close. But anyway, yeah, that's how you do it. And of course, you can go in and optimize this. You can optimize based on price, time of day, and plus all of our other filter sets. You can optimize based on that as well. It's best we have a video that we can share with you. I don't have time to dig it up. I have to go into my Google Docs and all that, but Google Sheets to share it with you. But if you want to, you can also find it on our YouTube channel. But if you can't, just email us, and we'll get you a good email that a good video that will basically go over the process a lot more in depth than I just did. All right, let me see if I missed any questions here. Well, just like Steve. Thank you, Steve, for helping out there with Jeff. Jeff says he gets a scary YouTube message. I'm afraid to click on it then. It's like Chris is sharing something. Chris just shared you the back testing. Thank you, Chris. Somebody asked, I think I saw somebody asking me about volatility in the marketplace. Yeah, I was short. Well, let me explain to you kind of how I trade. I have a couple accounts, and in one account I will get short the market via the SPXS when I feel, as a matter of fact, I'm still short in one of the markets. One of my accounts, but I'm always playing the long side too, whether it be for a day trade, mostly a swing trade. Lately, it seems like it's been about 2 or 3, 2 days, 3 days at the max I'll hold because the market has been turning and getting ugly and just taking my profits. But yes, I noticed when I was short. As a matter of fact, I think I covered on this day because I keep an eye on the VIX. And like you mentioned, when is volatility going to come back in the marketplace? There's no fear in the marketplace at all. You think there would be with a lot of the macro stuff that's going on, but apparently not, because the VIX is not moving up at all. As a matter of fact, it's moving down. Now, this is an ETF that kind of replicates the VIX, but it's a little more toxic, or it is toxic, and it can be a great trading instrument when you're right. In other words, right when you catch that volatility and things get crazy. But other than that, boy, if things are calm, it just bleeds you to death. So the question being, when, I don't know. I wish I knew. I know there's no fear in the market right now. I don't know if it's complacency. I think a lot of it is complacency because the Fed has had our back now for it seems like, what is that? Geez. 15 years. So yeah, I just, and it seems like to me, even the big moves we've had in the marketplace over the last, 14, 15 years have been kind of macro events. I don't want to call them black swans. Maybe you can call it, the pandemic was a scary little black swan for a short time. But those are the kind of events that seems to only take down the marketplace. Economic reports, they don't, it seems like when they're bad, they're good. When they're good, they're good. So I think that's just is when you have this kind of liquidity as we have in the market, it's just so much cash. There's not a whole lot that can take it down. Now, I think it'll eventually come, but and I'm not one who just likes to cheer on the printing like a lot of people do, just because I think it's going to come home to roost in a really bad way at some point. Well, I know it is, but when is that going to be? Who knows? So what I've been doing, like I sit short the SPXS, but I'm always trading. I've been trading a lot of alt energy. As a matter of fact, I just sold most of my F-cell today, and I noticed it was lagging the other day right here. It was really lagging Plug. If you look at these two stocks, their charts look really close together. Let me close this. Hold on just a minute here. I maybe have too many docs open, windows open here. Yeah, Plug had a really great move, went to basically a 3-month high, and then of course it had a big upgrade on this day right here and was really strong. And I just noticed F-cell was really lagging. So I do this a lot, if I find something that is lagging, and this was nowhere near its 1-month high. So I bought it. Did sell most of it today at this support. There's my alert that went off. Kept a little bit just in case, but and then I tweeted this out yesterday, NEO, And a lot of times I'll do this. When I see these setups like this, you kind of had a little bitty upside down head and shoulders, a nice pivot level right here. And once again, there's your pivot level. It kept bumping up against this area. I tweeted this yesterday morning. Yeah. And I actually, a lot of times when I see these setups, I'll get in on the before they move. Only being because a lot of times you'll get those gap ups and they'll gap and go real quick. And I've seen this, and a lot of times I'm afraid. I'm afraid to chase that gap, and next thing you know, this thing is ripping. So I was playing some Tesla so strong lately, and then so I was kind of looking for maybe some EV related stocks to get going. The lithium stocks, I've traded a few of those, but I'm not in them right now. Once they get to those really high levels, I jump out. But trying to think what else I'm trading. Oh, RLX. This is one that I bought on the vape, the e-cigarette move. What the approval of the e-cigarettes kind of that we had our FDA approved, and this is actually a China play, but they're a big vape company, and they have some great numbers, great sales, great cash. So I bought this the other day at $5, and sitting in that, I did sell some today, but I think this one may have a chance to maybe get back up to this level at some point. Not doing a whole lot. I tried some solo at. I'm basically flat on it. Just tried it right here. Got a good move, but then it pulled back. Not a whole lot going on here. It just a lot of when I see these EVs running, sometimes I'll take a chance on some of these ones that are just kind of basing by a little bit. Actually tried to ride too. Didn't like that as much because it was kind of under pressure from his 10-day, but still bought a little bit of it at I think around 5.16, just sitting in that one. It's got kind of a double bottom down here. We'll see. But I've actually had some luck bottom fishing lately. And the reason a lot of times I'll do that is that when I see these windows just not performing very well. In other words, the chart will look good, they'll do a reversal, and then they'll get slammed. I'm seeing this over and over in some of these pullback alerts that I'll normally play. Well, when the market gets like that, and this window, which I just showed you the back test, which is not performing very well over the last 3 or 4 weeks, then I'll just kind of move on. I'm not going to chase highs. And if I find this one is not working, what else am I going to do? And you got this rotation now, so a lot of times you can just rotate in. The money will rotate in to other sectors. For example, X. I don't know what it's doing today. It's just kind of hanging out here. Take a look at Nucor. Looks a little bit better. Yeah. So a few days ago, you would not even ever think about buying a chart like this. Well, what happens is the money started rolling out of whatever it rolled out of, probably energy or tech or whatever, and it started rolling back into some of the steel sectors. And a lot of people may think about IBB has not been performing over the last 20 days. So this is one where you may want to keep an eye on in case it starts rotating back into out of tech and into biotechs. But I like to look at the individual stocks. Somebody has something here. Yeah, right. A lot of times those lawsuits and stuff are, they'll be priced into the stock price. But trust me, I won't sit in it. That's for sure. And anytime I buy a stock like that, I'll buy a starter position first, and then once it breaks out through a level, I'll add to it. Let's see, market's kind of hanging in here. Maybe we can just put up a doji day up here. That wouldn't surprise me, actually. After a nice move, just have a little doji right up here. It kind of, I guess you could call this a little bit of resistance, even though it's through this area. It's still sitting kind of at this high right here. Gets through that high, then you really don't have anything to this back over here, another 4 points higher, so see what happens. But yeah, I wouldn't, a little spinning top or doji there wouldn't surprise me. But neither would a gap fill. Meta, if you go into, let me show you. If you go to the channel bar, or like I like to do, go to the docked channel bar, and you go to swing ideas, you will find this one at the top is called daily pullback bar reversal. So this is the exact same window. I just named it differently so people would kind of understand what, what we're looking for in there. So that's the exact window, and then all you have to do is just, if you want to save it, just click it out and save it to your cloud, and that way you'll have access to it. Is there no, Meta, we really don't have an alert list of things that we've back tested. And the thing about it is, even if we had one, it would probably it wouldn't last very long. That's the thing about the back testing. You really have to stay on these things quite a bit. If you have, say, in other words, if you create an good alert window and you back test it, and man, it's like great. You're like, oh man, I got the golden goose here. The problem is it's working in the current market conditions. Okay. Every strategy, every algo is subject to market conditions, and when the market conditions change, it can really throw off your back testing results. So if you have a window that you really, really like, you might want to check it weekly, just check it and make sure it's still holding up, especially if the market changes like it has, over the last couple of months, now. So, so if we did, maintain a list like that, we'd have to stay on it constantly, probably switching it in and out. I got something I could share with you guys. Let's see. It's a guy emailed me. No, he came in a chat the other day, and he was looking. What he wanted to look for was stocks that were strong on the daily chart, holding up very well on the daily chart, and then they open up one morning and they get sold off with at least a 1 standard deviation. He's looking for stocks that are strong, and this is a smart little strategy, because you see this every morning when the market opens up. These shenanigans where market makers, whoever, just drive a lot of these stocks down for whatever reason, and then they bounce. So let me just pull it up. Probably be the easiest thing to do. I think I got it up over here. Hold on. Yeah, there it is. All right, so I called it standard deviation pullback. And basically, the alert is just a new low. looking for stocks that are hitting a new low. And I was playing around with it, and he was saying a 1 standard deviation, but I was noticing we were catching a lot of these too early. So I put a max of negative 1.5, and then I put a minimum of negative 2.5, because what happens is if these things keep crashing down, you don't want to just see them keep coming through, because you don't want to be tempted to buy them when they keep crashing. So if I click on the Show Me button, this will tell you the price was down between 1.5 and 2.5 standard deviations from the previous close. So that's kind of a sweet spot I found. And then to assure that the stock was looking good on a daily time frame, that has to be above its 50-day moving average, it has to be above its 20-day moving average, and it has to be above its 200-day moving average. Now, the reason I didn't put a 10 moving average in here is there was a good chance if this thing was getting hit on at least 1.5 standard deviations, that it would be below the 10-period moving average. So I think that kind of makes sense. He wanted the price over $5, average daily volume at least 500,000 shares a day. So I kind of like that, make sure the stock has a little liquidity in it. But let's see if it found anything today. I haven't even looked at it. So let's just go in here and put it back on real time. No, let's go to today, because I'm not sure when I started that thing. Well, let me just click and see. Okay, yeah, it looks like I loaded this right at the open. So let's take a look. PZG right at the open. And that looked like a gap down, but still, if you were on top of things, look at this TNDM. And there you have it, right at the open, drive down. Okay, thing went off at 129, had a really $3 bounce. Now I'd be getting a little bit nervous, but if I was in it, but still, not bad. CW. See, there goes one that didn't work. Okay, so I think you just don't jump in on just because they're selling off. You know, you want to make sure this is definitely doing on some decent volume today. So if something's going on there, maybe I don't know if it's news or what, but still, did not work all that great. Mankind, nice one there. Look at that, $5. Boom, right ahead of bounce. MSI, maybe a little bit early on that, but if you were watching it, maybe you look at it bounced right off that 5-day moving average. NYT, same thing, came down to the 5-day moving average. Had some real good ones in it yesterday. There's a nice one. PepsiCo right there, bouncing at you got at 157.63. So you're a little bit in the money. Well, time will tell on that one. It's a little bit. This is kind of a contrarian. You're taking ooh, that one actually just went off. So I have to see what happens. Debbie, I'm not sure if you're talking to me. Am I on a standard TI channel now? No, this is my default layout. Anyway, I'll share this if anybody wants to take a look at it. Just a little bit different style of trading, but sometimes it can be very beneficial to take the other side of those stocks that are strong on the daily and getting hit. Right. Standard deviation pullback. That's okay. That's okay. Just checking a few of my, couple of my positions. All right, guys. Let me see if I'm caught up. I think I am. Looks like I appreciate Steve and Chris helping people out. Okay, what? Let's see. Let's see. Okay, Andy, what is your favorite swing scanner? Okay. Well, the one I shared for you is in a normal kind of bullish trend. This is one of my favorite. And once again, it's just let me show you the configuration real quick. Okay, I'm looking for stocks that are between. I've had this one was optimized. This is an optimized scan. You could always take out a few of these filters if you wanted to see more stuff coming through. But here are the key components. And let me just pull up the old Epic pen real quick. Where'd you go, pen? There you are. All right. And I like to tell everybody, it's amazing how crafty you can get with these position and range filters. Okay, so I'm looking for stocks that are in the upper portion of their yearly range. Okay, they have to be above the 50-day moving average. Okay, there you go right there. Key. Okay, we know if it's above the 50-day moving average that at least over the last probably 3 months, the stock is in an upward trend. And here is another position in 5-day range. It's got to be a max of 50. Okay, so it has to be kind of, most of these are going to be in the lower portion of their 5-day range. But here's the key, the position in the previous day's range, okay, I have a minimum of 98. And what that means is it's got to be at least about to break out of yesterday's high. And that's why when you go through here, you're going to see, close this, you're going to see, look at this EVH, okay? So you had a pullback there. There's your setup bar yesterday, and then you would have got alerted right here when it took out this yesterday high, which was also, I know, on Barry's option volume. I'm not sure if anything's going to happen there. Could be setting up. I don't know. It's Friday. But anyway, you can see what's going on here. It's going to alert you. Let's see if we can find another one. See if we can find one that's a little more. Oh, see, there. That's why you're careful always. And I never take these in like the first 10 or 15 minutes of the day because you get them those head fakes real early. Yes, SBLK. Right there. It barely tickled that high, but that's what you're kind of looking for. You're looking for a sell-off, and then it probably just barely got above. Yeah, you can see right there the zeros at the 50-day moving average. So it's actually just touching the 50-day moving average, so that's okay. So one you might want to mark up in case it does go through. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to do it right now. Maybe if it goes through, back through, be a signal there. That's a good one. One I've been, like I said, this hasn't been working very well lately. Okay, just because we haven't had. If you look at the SPYs, we haven't had too many consistent days in a row. You'll have a green day followed by a red day. Looks like a barbershop pole, you know. Although the last couple of days have been encouraging for the bulls, but still, over the last 6 weeks, it hasn't been a whole lot of, fun in either direction. It's been a lot of chop. So a lot of times what I'll like looking at this revenue growth fishing. Okay, this is looking for stocks that are in the lower portion of their 3-month range, but they're showing signs of possibly turning around. Let me see if I can find a good example here. Well, that one would have been nice to see, and you would have saw this on this day right here too as well. So I'm catching some of these ones in here. I'm trying to think of an example. See what I'm talking about? It's in a downtrend, but it's starting to maybe come up out of it. It's Vale. There you go. Not something I would trade very much. It's an ADR, but that's a nice looking chart of a potential bottoming pattern. You got your rolling 10-period moving average, and possibly crossing the 20. There was another chart that I was looking at the other day that looks similar to that. I'll have to dig it up here. Which I hope I can think of that one. It was a nice one as well. So, and a lot of these are associated with this grub. It's just a weird stock. It just gaps all around. But it's typical. And like I said, it's an ADR. It trades overseas. So a lot of times, a lot of China stocks will look like that. But so those are my two, mains. One now, I will definitely trade in a strong market, or if the stock looks good, I'll trade extreme volume stocks. And I was mad. I told the guys this morning, I said, gosh, I may have to buy this Alcoa. It's not a stock that I typically will chase, but this is what I'm looking for. I mean, look, I drew this morning and showed the guys. It's kind of a no-brainer if you get that, coming off earnings, you're gapping up to a potential double top, and you just bust right through it. I'm kicking myself for not doing it, but it's kind of a risky game, because a lot of times you will get out on these earnings plays, these stocks that will drive for 15 minutes and just get slammed. So you got to be really, because it's really easy to get deer in the headlights when you see that kind of action. But I'm lamenting the fact that I didn't take a trade on that. So getting back to the point, these can be great swing trading ones as well, because in all likelihood, this will not be the last of this move. You'd have a continuation move for another 3 days. Maybe you're looking at $60. Could have been a nice little 20% trade in 3 days. So don't discount a window just because you feel like it's a momentum window. Okay, I can't use that. That's just looking for day trader stuff. No, don't think that, okay, because some of your best moves in a swing trade comes on that first initial day on huge high volume. Brings in other interest. People looking at charts after hours. Like I can tell you right now, people get home from work, they're going to pull up, wow, Alcoa, man, things changing around. They're close to an all-time high. So a lot of people discount. They do not want to look at these and think they're just day trading vehicles, and that's not the case at all. Oh, you had EVH on the A table? Is that the one? Yeah, it's hard after these. That's David. There's nothing wrong with that. If I see a big red bar like that, I'm cautious too. You never know what's coming. It's like a big gap down. Let's take a look at blue, for example. I'm always scared when I see these big gap downs. Obviously, it was earnings or bad FDA news, whatever the news was. It always makes me a little bit scared to trade these things after a big gap down like that. But this had time to wear off. It's a couple of months there, and you have a nice little look at that little. Even though cup and handles you usually look for at the high end of a range, not at a 52-week low, but you still got a cup and handle there. But gaps scare me, guys. If you see a gap and you're thinking, so many people get in trouble, like how many days probably people trying to find the bottom in this thing. They usually take a long time to work themselves out. So be careful anytime you see a big gap, trying to jump in it too soon, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or something like that. They usually take a long time to work out. Let's see. See, do you share this layout or windows to download? Yeah, I can share this. It's in my layout. Now I'm gonna have some. I have some other windows on my monitor, so if hopefully if you have two monitors, you know you're probably gonna have some pop up over there. But yeah, I can share this. Let me make sure I don't have stuff that I opened up. Hold on, that you don't need access to. Okay. Got to close. I'll go over it. I'm going to close this, but so you won't get it. But Dawn of the Dead. That's another one I'll look at occasionally. You can find some really good alerts on that one. Like Rocket, I picked the bottom in Rocket on this day right here, on this this bar reversal right here, just because it just felt like, to me, a lot of times it just felt like it wanted a target of $15 or whatever reason. Anyway, I had a nice move and I sold it yesterday, and then today, I hate that. But anyway, I'll tell you what, I'll minimize this and share this as well, so it'll be in the minimized. It's weird. This my OBS, my system here is causing me to slow. I hadn't have any slowness since I started running this thing. I don't know what's going on here, but let me go ahead and save and share to cloud, entire layout. Andy's layout. Yeah, you may have some windows opened up on top of each other, but you can figure it out. Just gotta close the ones you don't want. There you go.
NSPR.
Oh, I heard NSPR. Is that the one I was in yesterday? No. That's just on Barry's watch list there. All right. AER's got some volume coming into it. Probably the trade I'm most excited about right now is this Neo. I think it really has potential. If I know it's China stock. China hasn't been doing very well, but you know this thing trying to break a downtrend. If I draw a trend line here, well, that's kind of, I'll draw it from here, but that's kind of yeah, that's kind of slopey. Let me draw it someplace else here. Let me draw it from here.
Wow.
Trying to get above that 50. Yeah, I think this may have potential if it can go, especially with what I mean, this thing was very strong. It was my biggest trader last year as far as successfully trading a stock. And I haven't traded it in a long time. As a matter of fact, this is the first time I think I've traded this thing. I may have done it right in here and scalped it and whatever, but no, I'm going to try to hold on to some of this for sure, just because if it does get it back above this 50 and breaks kind of this downward sloping trend, it could have a move. Well, SPY's kind of digging in here. Kind of going sideways, but definitely not selling off. Yeah, good question, David. He asked about the stock composite rating. Yeah, that was kind of my brainchild, and I had a couple of guys obviously help me to write it. I'm not good with all the formulas and all that. Michael and Dave helped me, but yes, that's the beauty about our stock composite rating versus the ones that you're going to find at other services out there. Ours work in real time, so they're gonna change throughout the day. So you can see that stock right there is the highest on the board, and you can see why. But if this thing were something happened and it fell down, as a matter of fact, they had about 2 years ago, Facebook was at like 100, and it had like bad earnings, and it dropped big time. I'd have to go back, but anyway, it went from like 100 to like 68 overnight because the huge gap down. It broke down below all its moving averages, including the 200. It was just turned into a really ugly chart, where a lot of your services probably still had them as a top pick, but yeah, ours was saying stay away because it was why. I mean, finally, obviously, it bounced, but not for a long time, and it got uglier too. So, yes, it updates on the fly, and you could probably watch it, and when it because we have position and range filters in it, we have moving average filters in it, we have a lot of cool stuff in it. We have about 18 filters in it. I think 15 of them are technical. And maybe 19, maybe 4 of them are fundamental. But yeah, it's a nice little tool, especially for new traders. If you're not really comfortable reading candlestick charting, that'll kind of give you an idea how technically sound it is just by looking at that score. Okay, yeah, David said, I just noticed Box went from 85 to 85 to 88 now. Okay, yeah, it may have to do with crossed a certain level as far as position and range. Could be on a 5-day. I have 20-day. I have a lot of stuff in there. Obviously, it's above all its moving averages on the daily. That's a good looking chart, and not sure. That's kind of an ugly candle yesterday with that topping tail on volume. No, there's the volume day. So, but yeah, not a bad looking chart at all. David says Facebook is on 23/7. Okay, 2018. Yeah, that sounds about right. I remember. It was pretty soon after we made this composite score that I witnessed that. I actually wrote a blog on it on that because we were just kind of introducing it, and I was showing an example, and I actually gave example where like the following week IB still had it as a not IB IBD. Still had it as one of their top picks. So I think they recently changed it up to where they're adjusting those on at least daily now. It used to be like weekly. Take a look at BITF, Oh, a little volume coming in on that. Is this the one that says gold ore mining, but they're Bitcoin miners? Which would make sense. Yeah. So I don't know if they were like a gold miner at one point, and then they just changed their company around to start mining for, I don't know, Bitcoin, but it's not bad. You got like I said, a nice little volume bar there. I think, and obviously Bitcoin. I would like to see you definitely have a pivot level right here. Let me draw it for you. Always kind of look for this. You see this ledge right here, okay? Well, what happened is it broke that ledge, okay? This was nice support for a long time right here, and then it broke it. Well, what happens to support once it's broken? It becomes resistance. And you can see that it tried to come up, boom, right here, ran into the resistance, and then ran into the resistance again, and it's running into it again right here for the third time. So that's a key level. If it gets above that, not only that, if it gets above that, you're going to get above your last moving average there for the 50. You're already above the 10 and 20. So yeah, that has potential. Pivot levels are big, and a lot of times you can get a nice move, anytime you break. Like in 3 days right here, you can see that was pretty ugly to the downside. Well, reverse it, and if you get through, you very likely could see a move similar to what you saw right here to the upside, because pivot levels tend to can really exaggerate a move. So yeah, I don't know, one to keep them. As a matter of fact, I'll probably put an alert on that myself. It's a nice looking chart. Probably go off to today. Put it right above 50 there. You're welcome. You're welcome, KR. Yeah, you're still, like Brian Shannon always says, it's guilty until proven innocent. So you still kind of got to get through that area. But I tell you, I'm one of the, I like to anticipate. So a lot of times if I see a setup like that, just like I did in NEO yesterday, I bought it before, Steve and I used to talk about that all the time. Because a lot of times these algos, even though a stock wants to go really bad, it just seems like the algos will hold it down, and then the next day, boom, it just gaps and takes off real quick, and you miss it. So a lot of times, I will anticipate, and can always add if it does gap up the next day. But it's nice to be in them when they do that. Of course, you can always be wrong and it not go through, which happens. All right, time flew today. You guys had some good questions. Do you have a scan you run when market is closed to build a potential watch list for the next day? Yeah, as a matter of fact, there's this pullback above 50 SMA swing long. I turned this into an alert window, but one of my favorite ones is the pullback. I have it in a top list. If I could spell. Yeah, there it is. So this is the one I'll use to scan the night before. And why there's nothing in here, I don't know. Maybe it's just slow getting. But let's see what this looked like last night. Let's just put it on. Let's see. My market closes at 3 o'clock my time. And we're going to go last night, 14th. Okay, not a whole lot in here, but let's just see if we find anything interesting. Well, that was interesting. There's your what you call a setup bar, but it's an ADR. I really don't like that, and I think there's a great example right here. Okay, you had a pullback in the 5-day time frame. Obviously, it's above the 50-day moving average. This is what I call a setup bar. Okay, so last night, let me see if I can get it. Oh, well, you're just going to have to, I can't get it. But anyway, you're looking at this bar. Okay, So what I would do would be put an alert above the high of that bar. Now, it opened up above that. Okay, this is a lot of times you get a market gap up, you're going to see that. So this is why I don't rush out in the first 15 minutes, because you could have waited on this, let it come down, and then now you could be potentially buying it, as it's going back through. But this is a nice little scan. Let me see if I can find anything else. USB. There you go. You had a big bottoming tail and then a doji yesterday. Dollar. The dollar did it. I wasn't paying attention to that. It's just an ETF. Not a whole lot happening right now. Let me see if I can put it on real time. It just doesn't look like anything's in there right now. Oh, wait. Yep, just nothing happening in there now. But I'll share this with you. It's a nice one to do. And, of course, I'm always looking at this revenue growth fishing as well, the one I showed you. That one is a good one for scanning. It will if you have it set on live during market hours, it will freeze at the close, and then it will. It's a great one for doing homework. So I'll share this, even though I think it's somewhere in our system, but that's okay. I'll just call it pullback top list. You're welcome. Yeah, no problem. All right, got about 5 more minutes. This market is creeping higher. Yeah, creeping sideways, I should say. Yeah, it is Friday. I learned years ago, man, after the early morning session on Friday, it's probably best to not be too active. I mean, you can maybe trade some fast movers or something like that, but yeah, it's speaking of fast movers, a nice little move there. It's stab. Yeah, what you see on my desktop is probably what I do my nightly homework with, and a lot of it's done just after the market closes. I'll look around. And like I said, don't discount these high these momentum stocks as well. They could be I'll take a look at them. And sometimes you can put a bid in on a pullback. A lot of times these things will get. Let's see if anything else coming through there. Take a look. Of course, Alcoa was a beautiful one today. Hut. This has been. Look at that. That was a nice move right there. Now this has been coming through Barry's little. It's been coming, I think, through the option scanner, and also he's had it on his watch list. But what a great move that was today. So if you saw something like that, much like Alcoa, breaking out early in the morning, hey, could be a great swing trade. Beautiful little breakout on volume there. So a lot of times what I'll do is, because the following day, a lot of times you might get a gap down, people will get nervous. I'll stick an alert in here, just maybe stick one in there right above 12. And then the following day, if that goes off, it may be something I'm definitely interested in, You're welcome, Otto. Yeah, there you go. David hit it right there on Friday, man. Yeah, especially after the first couple hours. Put your hands on your butt cheeks and wait until Monday. Just let Steve. You're welcome, Debbie. All right, guys, I'm going to let Barry know. You guys have a great weekend. A lot of good questions today. I do appreciate your participation, and I'll bring Barry in here, and he can walk you out. I'm sure he's probably going to close down early on a Friday, but let me hit him up and let him know that I am ready. Oh, Riot's finally getting involved. That thing has been lagging. Yeah, there's definitely some volume in there today. I'll keep an eye on that. Okay, looks like Barry is... All right, see you later, guys.
Plug got that very aggressive $40 price target put on it by one of the, I can't remember if it was JP Morgan or an Oppenheimer. I can't remember anymore what analyst, but but fuel cell, I mean, is this kind of, to me, it's dead money. Unless, I mean, obviously from here, this day, I mean, from 6 to 7, it was being tugged along by Plug. How much further can it go when you look at this, though? Again, I'm not saying it's not going to, but just not the type of thing I like to look at. Now, I mean, if you're looking, and again, I don't like to comment macro-wise, what's going to happen with all these companies going forward with EV taking the, all these EV companies coming out. Yeah, so you probably want to, I mean, again, if you're looking to swing something like this, if you took this swing trade right now, this is, you got in at 753. Well, I wouldn't do it, number one, because I'm looking here, 790 is the next high looking left. Next high is 828. Because if you take a swing trade, the risk-reward rules apply to swing trades as well as they do to intraday trades. So if you're going to take this trade, where would you put your stop? So if you were going to put your stop, I don't know, the low of that day, 684. So let's make the math easy. Say that was a $1 stop. You want to have a reasonable expectation to make at least $2 on the trade. So when you look left and you can see, it may stall, and that's not $1 away. So that's why for me right now, this would not be a good swing trade. But again, don't let me influence you. I know I'm not a great swing trader. I have very, very rigid rules. And, Monday morning, the government could say, you know what? Everything has to be electric next year. You know what I mean? So, those are very emotional stocks. These EV plays, the crypto plays. I mean, look, Mara. I mean, not that long ago, the Mara was down here at $30. Okay. Now, if somebody said, "Oh, I think crypto is going wild, and I'm gonna," it looks like a nice little pullback, and they buy it here at 38, it goes down to 30. Now, yeah, it has jumped from there, but for me, crypto plays, the EV plays, they're so emotional. They're so almost political because right now, will the SEC allow it or not? If they come out on Monday and say, you know what, after pondering over it all weekend, we've decided not to allow a crypto ETF in the States. What do you think is going to happen to Mara, as an example? Okay, and any other Bitcoin play. So now you could argue that every stock can be affected. I get it, but I mean, but they're so emotional. Bitcoin plays and Bitcoin, and these EV plays. I mean, they look wonderful. How can we not all think that 10 years from now we'll all be driving around electric vehicles? Well, peanut butter jelly time. I would say exactly the opposite. I don't have a feel for a longer term. That's why I don't. That's why I don't really swing trade. Look, you get into the right swing trade, it's awesome. You know, something that keeps going up and up, like the TTM. You know, last week. I know it's dropped the last. Well, even no. Look at this. So you got into this one right here at $25. You know, on that breakout. Yeah, if you had said, yeah, you know what, I'm swinging TTM, well, you'd be sitting. It'd be great. I just can't. I can't know on that candle that that next candle the next day is going to be like that, or like that, or like that, or like that. I don't have a good enough crystal ball to know this stuff. Wow. Okay. Pan W. That's a million years ago, though. You're going back how many years? You see, the other thing for me in swing trading is that sometimes these things can take a long time to develop. And, you know, then you look in retrospect and says, wow, what a great move. For me, though, sometimes if it takes so long to develop, for me, and I'm only speaking for myself, I look at it as tying up money. So it's sort of dead money. How long am I going to wait for this thing to really run? So that's why I kind of like to get my money to work every day. But again, it's just a mindset. Stop it, Zach. Some of us need a break. When this market, when the market goes 24 hours, I'm out of here. I will have had enough. Tired enough as it is. No, unless I can create a hologram and fake you guys. So that's exactly the type of post we don't like to see, Randy. Randy the ape. Okay? So I'm going to delete the post. Sorry, man. Like you know, like big run coming. I mean, it's just too promotional. Sorry. You're welcome to stay in the YouTube room and but you know, to say big run coming, you're just pumping it. You obviously own it. You want people to maybe buy into what you're saying. And I'm not saying a big run isn't coming and it might pop sometime, but we're just not like that in these rooms. Okay? If you can hear me. You missed nothing. You missed nothing. It's in the other room. I don't have a cup and handle scanner. I never play cup and handle setups. Perfect circle. I'm not big on pattern trading like that. Well, what is the market? I see the market's doing nothing, absolutely nothing. I mean, the market's up great. I mean, we're going to have a nice close for this week after yesterday and today. You know, we've got a nice positive green. So I mean, there are the all-time highs, not that far away. But you know, right here, great day yesterday, another little gap today. Yeah, price action trader. You know, price and volume, absolutely. Momentum trader, whatever you want to call it, momentum trader. And I'm picky. I don't take many. I don't take many trades. Here's a great example of something that may not be able to get through the 200 day, but if it did, I mean, it's got a little bit of run in it. But look at OLB. You know, look what it did. I mean, almost to the penny, I bet. 542 is the high. 543 is the 200 day. You're wondering, I mean, as far as indicators go, the most powerful indicator out there is the 200-day moving average, in my opinion. It's the one that is most universally used, even for guys like me, people like me, who don't use a lot of indicators. But I mean, it's astonishing how many things will look like this. You know, remember the LMFA earlier today. You know, look at the LMFA earlier today, right into the 200. Boom. Could not break it, but couldn't break it. People just got tired and exited. I'm not saying you could never break it, but I'm just saying we see this a lot. Well, when you say swing trade at all, I mean, I guess I have to say yes, because have I ever swung trade? Yes. I don't often, though. And my idea of a swing trade might be completely different from yours. My idea of a swing trade could be 1 or 2 days. You know, I can't remember the last time I held anything for like a week or two or anything like that. So it really depends. Yeah, but I have a very, very, very specific set of rules if I'm going to swing trade. So, but I'm just not into it. I mean, I don't have any faith in a lot of these things that I see that are going to keep moving higher. You know, I could say, well, why don't you swing NXTP? I mean, you know, it's not an all-time high, even though it looks like one. It's probably a symbol name change, so it looks like one. I mean, but look at the daily run it's had. It's too, for me, I mean, in this case, it's just too late. I mean, you'd be chasing it, and it could go to $10 from here. But, you know, I don't have, and the other thing, well, look at this go though. 61 million in the float. I'd rather try to intraday something like this. But there are others that trade ideas who swing trade, okay? And you can always contact them if you go to info trade-ideas.com. No, I don't think they've been doing that well because I watch, I see what they say. Well, I was in this one. I not that they get stopped out. It just doesn't move anymore. Okay, so they exit. But you can ask, you know, any ideas for swing trading, any scans for swing trading. Info at trade-ideas.com. The other traders are a little more into that than I am. Are they doing? So I'm sorry. Are they doing a reverse split? Or they've already had the reverse split. I'm just looking some. It's approved. Okay, I don't see that. So wait a minute. Or has it already happened? Because I mean, you're trying to tell me they're going to do a reverse split, so that price will be $34. Oh, NXTD. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking NXTP. That's what you posted. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, so they voted. So yeah, well that makes sense. So what they're trying to do is regain their Nasdaq listing. So 10-1. So when this starts to the reverse, and it will start trading October 18th. So that'll be Monday, right? It's the 18th. Yeah. Okay. So this will be trading at $4.40 or so Monday. Typically not a bullish signal, no. I mean, what I'd be doing is you wait then and you see, okay, let it start trading at 440 on Friday, assuming it holds 44 cents on Friday, on Monday. And then if these guys are any good, they'll try to come up with a press release almost immediately, anything to get out there to get people excited about buying it, because there will only be 4.8 million in the float. So if you don't know what we mean by a reverse split, so and a 1 for 10, so right there the float is 48 million. So that'll be divided. You divide that by 10, so that'll be 4.8 million. Multiply the share price by 10, that'll be 440. So when you multiply the two, the new float by the new price, you get the same market cap. Okay, and usually companies do this in order to regain a Nasdaq listing. You usually have to have a Nasdaq listing. You have to be over $1. There are some other reasons, but that's the usual reason. Reverse splits in the past used to be the absolute death knell of a company. But we have seen some interesting ones over the last couple of years. That again, if the company comes up with any sort of news fairly close to when they do the reverse split, you can see a pop in the stock. But anyway. Oh yeah. Well, it's not. Well, I don't know if this is a new symbol. Did it say it's also going to be a new symbol? But oh yeah, I can't remember the last time a new symbol wasn't allowed in say Interactive Brokers. The only thing you can't usually do is short it. They usually don't have shorts available. But even if it changes symbols the next day, Poe, I can't remember a time in which the new symbol wasn't, because it's, the exchanges are always notified, and the broker, well, if it's any good, is going to make a change to his database. The SPACs are a classic. Hey, Ariel, what are you doing here? Go home. Past your bedtime. But it is great to see you. Look at the SPACs as an example. You see the SPAC turns into, when the merger is the next day, you see the new symbol. I had a great short of Corsair and TPQ early today, Real. Especially the Corsair. Man, this Napa, guys, I mean, this is getting closer and closer to that magic 20 break. Look at the downturn. Little glimmer of hope here for shareholders. And then another yesterday and the day before. But look at this now, Napa at 20. What's the next low looking left on the weekly chart? It's probably about down 1925. Yeah, I don't recall Stone Energy being mentioned, or Stone Cold being mentioned at all. Oh, I see. Well, as you know, Real, I don't have, so I wouldn't have mentioned it just because of the fact that it's over $30. But yeah, but I don't recall anybody really talking about it. But yeah, just a nice move straight up. Keep an eye on that Napa. I mean, the Napa takes out that 20. Boy, what's the next low looking left for Napa? 1955. Yeah, Alcoa, the last time I looked at Alcoa, it was at an all-time high. Earnings play today. And I'm sorry, not at an all-time high. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, 62.35. So Alcoa approaching an all-time high. Contrast that with, old school company, of course, Alcoa. Contrast that with U.S. Steel. I know U.S. Steel has probably been on a, yeah, look at that though. I mean, it's way, way below lifetime highs. Yeah, he was talking, when he was referring to Stone, obviously earlier in the day. We're not talking about it as something right now. Well, guys, Napa, I want to see if this holds underneath 20. So this is what Real is talking about when he's talking about DTC. How about DCT? So there's the VWAP, 35.42, okay. Here's the price, 35.58, so it's just a little bit above the VWAP. And there's the 15-minute EMA, that orange line right there. So it's just kind of sitting in there. With a possibility, and you actually have a little cross here on the 5. Excuse me, the 5-minute. But the problem is you had to cross up, now you got to cross down. So, direction is, yeah, you'd think this is going to drop, especially if it can take out that 35.40. It looks like there's a lot of pretty decent support right around here, around that 35.40. And of course, it's an earnings play. October 14th post-market. There's a reaction right there. So released earnings after hours yesterday, and it is continuing down. That was on in the gap, my gap down scanner right at 9:30. Probably would have been in yours also. The 10-day break. The reason a couple of reasons. Of course, I have a price. It was the price of it. I might up mine to 35. Definitely seeing more interesting moves though on the way down than on the way up. Not saying nothing works on the way up, but okay, Napa, if you're doing your thing now. Yeah, so I did see AVDL showed up on the option scanner. So when you look left, you see these highs here are right around 1033. So the alert came in at 1027. You know, it's just got to get through this though, and that's giving up a lot. So it's just not as clean as I'd like to see it. Clean meaning, what if all of this was below, down in this area? Then you could be looking left and going, wow, it's got a straight shot, no problem with any chart resistance. Okay, Napa doesn't look like yet it wants to leave 20 behind. Oh, let's go. 91.93 now, bid ask. Decent volume. 22 million, 23 in the float. 17 times normal volume up to this point of the day. Time off. What the heck is that? What the heck? Man, my last... when did I go to Iceland? 2019? When I get one, it'll when we decide what we're going to do. Well, I'll be on one. Don't worry. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to see if this Napa works. I'm in at 93. Okay, if it gets anywhere close to 20, I'm out. This is just could be a little scalp action here for the Napa, because I did look left and the next low is 1955. So I mean that could stall it. It's not a boredom trade. You know me. I like to take breaks of significant whole numbers, especially. So it broke down through 20, trying to anyway. So, not expecting too much out of it though. If I got anywhere close to this, I'd be happy. But if it has any sort of a pop, I'm out. And with my 3-cent stop. You heard that? Yeah, I can't. That was for you and you alone. Only you get it. All right, I have a. I use the oink sound for the daily breakdown. So just oink at me on the Napa. See if you can get into the 70s or something. Not a great spread, 81, 87. Come on, tighten that spread up, get into the 70s, and let me get out. No, I don't recall you talking about it, Zach. And Zach is falling off his chair now. I'm kidding you, of course. I mean, man, where could this go? The next low on the monthly is 45. I took a little bit, okay? This was just around when I was going to take my break. See, there's my break. Sorry, right there, my break. So you guys were talking about this. I didn't take a Zach size position. And, you know, I haven't taken a stock over 35 in a long time. Come on, Napa. Get into the 70s and tighten your spread, and then I'll get out. Well, you got, didn't you say you were going to take it out at the VWAP, William? So 931. So you must be out of it. Oh, you're going to add it to VWAP. I see, okay. All right, I'm not liking this Napa. I don't like the way it's hanging around in this mid 80s. So the video I did today, guys, was on costs, KOS. Why did I do a video on costs? So that was from the AI. So for those of you, who have a premium service or you're part of this test drive, probably a couple of columns you don't know about, the reentry time and the reentry price, okay? If you don't have these up and running, please add them. All you have to do is right click on any one of the column headers, okay, and then go to columns, and then this is in alphabetical order. Here we are, the reentry price and the time at least. You can put the stop in if you want, but certainly the price and the time. Why? Again, look what happened to cost. So the entry was $374, very tight stop, 7-cent stop. Got stopped out about, 13 minutes later. 1 minute later, there's a re-entry of 370. Why? Because this will trigger, notice the rest of them have not triggered at all, okay? Only will trigger if a stock actually hits the stop price. Doesn't have to, the reason for exiting doesn't have to be because the stop got hit, but if any one of these at any time during the day actually hit the stop price and then came back up to halfway between the entry and the stop. That's why this is not highly scientific, but 370 is, approximately halfway between 374 and 367. You will get another alert and it'll say, okay, look, well, maybe we're a little early the first time. You can try a re-entry right here. And so, am I saying this is incredibly awesome? Not it, but I mean, it's better than nothing. 370 now to 392, and who knows where it's going. Okay, so that is a way. There are some who just wait for re-entries all day long. You won't get too many. It's not often that a stock will actually hit the stop and then come back halfway between the original entry and the stop price. It doesn't happen that often. But you might get 1, 2, 3 a day. Some days you'll get none. But if you just wait for these, that's another way in which you can use the AI. Oh, I didn't see that reel. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to get rid of, I don't know how you guys feel, but some of you are posting your email addresses. Look, I think we're, pretty good room and all that, but I'm just going to get rid of email addresses, okay? Oh no, don't worry, David. David, don't worry. I'm watching. Regular, David, it's regular. The 20 and the 2, whatever those. So it's just the standard Bollinger Band 20 and 2. All right, I had an alert for space for some reason down here. And the reason would be, so that was the original alert in the gap down scanner and in the daily breakdown around 2025. So now let's take a look left. And when you look left on the weekly chart, man, it's got a lot of room, I think. $15.79 on the weekly chart, and on the daily, probably I've got to go back a long time before I start seeing any resistance. So, you know what? This takes out 20 somehow. This could go on a little run on the way down. Come on, Napa, do something. Get into the 70s. I think it gets into the 70s. It may have a little bit of a run left in it, but Chewy. Take a look at Chewy. So it's kind of at yesterday's high. Yesterday's high looks like 63.87, so it's kind of right there at yesterday's high. And that is the Chewy, CHWY. That's funny, Eagle. Is Chewy PetSmart's online? Okay, Jean. The question was, how do you get the Brokerage Plus window into a dock? Okay. So typically, when you want to load a window into a dock window that you created, yeah, you just have to right click and duplicate and pick the dock you want it to go in. Notice when you right click here, it doesn't happen. So this is a bit of a convoluted, so make sure that, so you are listening, okay, and you can hear what I'm going to do. So what you have to do, first of all, exit out of your Brokerage Plus window. I'm not going to be able to do it for you on the screen exactly, okay, but if you follow my instructions, so exit out of your Brokerage Plus window and then click on Tools, Options, Layouts. Okay, now you see where it says opening windows? Open in dock window, check that. Okay, Napa. Okay, check that and then save it. Okay. Then when you click on New and then Brokerage Plus, it'll load into one of your docks. I'm not sure which one it's going to load into, but it'll load into your dock. So try that. See if you can find it. I don't know how many. If you only have one dock window, then you'll see it. It'll be a tab somewhere. Just let me know if that worked, or if you want me to repeat the instructions. So again, you have to shut down your Brokerage Plus window, and then Tools, Options, okay, and then Layouts, and then you have to check Open in Dock Window. Now what that is going to do is that every window that you open will go into a dock window. Now you may not want that. In fact, I guarantee you won't want that afterwards, so you would want to uncheck that. Otherwise, every time you open a window, it'll go to a dock window, which is what I don't want. I want to pick and choose if I want that to happen. But for this particular case, just check that and save it. And then when you open Brokerage Plus, remember you've closed it down, and from your toolbar, File, New, Brokerage Plus window, it'll go into a dock window somewhere. I don't, and I'm not sure where it's going to go. If you only have one dock window, then it'll be there somewhere. It'll be in a tab. I mean, that will definitely work. All right, Napa. I don't drink your wine, so I don't care. All right, this is turning into a better trade than I thought. Now, I've taken some out, guys, because there's the next low looking left. If it can't get through that 1955, you don't have to do it, but you know, it's just what I'm doing. When you shrink it, it's not showing everything. Some parts are missing. You might not be able to shrink it. Okay, I mean, sorry. This nap is turning into a wonderful little trade. Now, be aware, 1955 is right there. Okay, 1955 is right there. So when you say shrink it, you mean, for instance, if I did, you know, here's a top window. If I shrink it like this, so I'm not sure what you mean by shrink it. Yeah, well, then you can't shrink it. What can I say? You have to have it stretched out enough that you can see everything. So it may not be what you want to do. I know what you mean. You know, I've got a big monitor here, so I can spread it out. It may not be what you want to do then. Okay, guys, now listen. Remember I kept saying 1955 is the next low looking left, 1955. So what did it get to? It got to 1958. I'm not saying it's not going to go below that, but you can just kind of see where it is stalled right now. Yeah, I'll be your monitor, Jean. I mean, I don't have a problem because I've got a big enough monitor. It also depends how you want to, how big you want your brokerage plus window to be. You know, all the columns that you want to display all the time. All right, guys, I'm completely out of it. I mean, it's amazing how that worked. Amazing how that worked. You know, look at that bottoming tail right to that low, almost to the penny. So again, if you're wondering why I keep hammering at the point of looking left to see where the next low, in case you're shorting something, or the next high in case you're going long, that's why. I mean, does this happen every time? Of course not, but I'm always aware, and that's why I'm always going to take some out in advance of it in case it cannot break. So somebody put 2050. So did they do a financing? Yes, they did a financing. 2050. Yeah, 20. I do see that now. Yeah, so they're doing a financing at 2050. I do see that now. Still would have done it. As I say, puts an extra couple of toppings on the pizza for tonight. So yeah, I noticed that costs actually showed up on my option scanner, but 396 high, 383 high. More importantly is this whole number of 4. For me, always thinking a whole number is going to delay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stick a price alert about 407. Get it away from that whole number. See if it does that. So stick the price alert there. And then the next high looking left is 566. So I mean that's on the monthly chart anyway, far enough away. Weekly, I should take a look at the weekly. Yeah, I mean we've got to go back, quite a while, month and a year and a half to get to these lows. So I'm looking at that as a break of 4 on costs could give us a bit of a trade. And as always, yes, I've set my price alert. So when I get the price alert, if I do, doesn't mean I take the trade immediately. All it means that it'll pop up on my screen. I can click on the alert and then I can see the chart. Then I can see, did that alert happen on volume? Was there a volume push to get it through? If not, I don't take the trade. And Bingo was his name. CVAC. Let's take a look at Zach's CVAC. So you played the bounce, obviously. Just terrible at bounce plays. Johnny Jellybean, no. I'm just looking it up. It's funny. Oh my goodness. Well, guess what, Jeff? That is my my Twitter. That's what I am on Twitter, at @bbruin44. So you know what I think of you. I do see HX. I do see it. I do see it here. Oh man, oh, wow. I mean, so John? Are you in the simulator? I mean, I don't have any tips on bounce plays at all. Okay, and then it bounces back. The only thing I can suggest, or I know what you're saying, you get in and it moves down to your stop, takes you out, and then it bounces back. Well, I guess the obvious tip then would be to move your stop further down, take fewer shares, move your stop further down. I have no idea what sort of pattern you're taking this from, but practice that way for a while. Okay, so practice that way for a while. I don't know how you're placing your stops. You know, what is your criteria for placing a stop? And I can't tell you how to place a stop. I mean, you know, I know how I do it. I look at a chart. I sense where I think there's a support area. I broke down through that. I'm out of the trade. Some again use maybe the low of a previous 5-minute candle or a 15-minute candle, a moving average. I have no recommendation on any one of that, any one of the ways to make a stop, place a stop. You know, it really has to be. It's kind of an individual thing of what gets you most comfortable in placing stops. There's no right or wrong. But in your case, just move the stop down a bit more than I guess. But moving the stop down has to be based on something. Placing a stop is not. Well, I place a stop every trade 10 cents away. Well, I'm getting stopped out every trade. Okay, so I'll place it 15 cents away. Placing it at a specific dollar value away, in my opinion, there's no science behind it. You know, we try to introduce maybe a little bit of science into all of this. Well, no, not okay. I mean, you're right. By the way, guys, look at Napa. Napa's on the way down again. This could get me back into this short if it takes out 1955. Well, a support area could be, I mean, this is it. This is why practice, 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 okay? So if you look at Napa as an example, okay, look at this. If you can see Napa on my 15-minute chart, see all the action right around here, right at around 2046, okay? Imagine if I had taken this trade right here and I was long, up here around 21. I'd be looking at this area right there and saying, that looks like pretty good support. That's about an hour sitting right there. If it broke down through that price right here, I should be out of the trade. That's what I'd be doing, okay? If I'm looking at a chart, you know, but again, it'll take some practice, you know, because that's a 15-minute chart. You could have looked at a 2-minute chart maybe, or a 5-minute chart and seen something kind of similar. I like to look at the higher time frames because it gives me a little more confidence that maybe there's, you know, that is a true, either support or resistance area. But that would be a good, example. You know, if I took this trade right up here, I would say if it broke down through here, I should be out of the trade because it's breaking down. It broke down through support. And that is, now, that's what I do. Others might say, well, I'm going to take the trade, but, you know, I'm going to put my low, I'm going to put my stop at the low of the previous 15-minute candle or the previous 5-minute candle. You know, I mean, there are different, or at a moving average, or at the VWAP, or, you know, there's a lot. That's why you got to practice. I can't tell you, you know, I'm comfortable looking at a chart and kind of sizing that up. That's my comfort level, not necessarily going to be somebody else's. You too, trader. Nice to have 2 days off, yes. But again, Jean, it's not the only way to do it, of course. See how Napa just does not want to really break down that 1955 yet. It may never. You know, I mean, look, that 2050 financing, it could be a bit of a magnet too. Typically when a company does a financing, so typically when a company does a financing, so this financing was done at 2055 or 2050. So when you're an existing shareholder, typically what's happening is that they're issuing more shares, okay, and getting at the financing price. The problem is issuing more shares. If you're an existing shareholder, that means your share position is being diluted. So now instead of 22 million in the float, there might be, I don't know how many, 30 million in the float. So your share position is getting diluted, and typically shareholders don't like that, so there's a sell-off. And so that's why typically, if you see a financing at 2050, say, of a stock, usually first of all, the financing is usually done below where it closed the day before, number one. But you can get a sell-off because shareholders are ticked off. Now, there are times though, a company, especially like a bio, maybe has a tremendous run because they had tremendous news and they decide to do a financing at higher prices. And sometimes you might see even a pop off the financing because investors are looking at that going, okay, they're raising money for all the right reasons. They're not raising money just to stay in business. They're raising money so they can develop the next stage of testing that is required perhaps of whatever drug they've got. So they sort of give the company a bit of a pass. Look at the volume today for me. Got to be probably, if I went back on it all the way, this is an IPO back here. Let me just check here. So there's the IPO day. So look at this. I mean, this is the biggest volume day ever. I mean, there's the volume when it launched. There was another volume day right there, but this is the biggest one ever. Up 16%. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, this has people looking to swing something. They look at that and they go, something's up. I don't know why. I can't even see any news on it. There must be something somewhere. All right, so here we go. Here's your news. For me. The shares were up sharply following an interview Thursday on CNBC with EMJ Capital analyst Eric Jackson, who thinks the company can match the value of GlaxoSmithKline in 10 years. Okay, market cap 3.8, 98 billion for GSK. All right. So there's your reason. You're looking for a reason why me, may have popped today. Yeah, so I went over that one because the alert was at 10:27, AVDL at 10:27. Look left. Yesterday's high was 10:40. It's hard for me to high right there. Another day of 10:40, high of 10:50. So at 10:27, getting an alert, I didn't think it had enough room to move. I was asked why I didn't take AVDL from my option scanner because, again, just because I get an alert, even though it's my favorite scan in history, I still have to look at the alert and size it up. And I just said, hey, there's too much resistance nearby. If all this had been below, yeah, then we might have had something. But I just thought there's too much resistance. And look what it got to. It got to 1040, and that's it. Keep waiting for my t-shirt. Somebody was going to design it. Look left on my t-shirt. All right, Disney, big stock, shorting Disney. Why is Zach shorting Disney? Because it's popping up. Wow, what a move for Disney, yeah. Coming into the 200-day moving average. Okay, here we go. Coming right into the 200 moving average. 180, not far away. Now, one that I backed off of, I guess I shouldn't have, was the water. WTA, yeah, I mean the water, the waiter, on the option scanner and 136, yeah. I looked at it, but I saw that 136. I thought that could block it. Now, it hasn't yet, but this could. So, I mean, look, if it gets through all this, I mean, the next area is way up here at 174 on a percentage basis. That'd be awesome if it could go from here, to that level. No, don't think about that, David. Yeah, go from yesterday. Oh, well. Yeah, so this was... This one was straight up. Saw it on the scanners. Yes, the 10-day breakout and the now. Interesting. What a slide. Look at the market. Look at the market. Market popped to end the week. And WBA, Western, what are the Walgreen Boots Alliance, sorry. Oops. Okay, so these are, what you're saying is that those are very similar. One day pop, next day drop. All right, I know Zach wants to short this one, CIFR. This will actually show up in the option scanner if he trades a few more contracts. Oh, I do have one, yeah, but I just can't have them all up and running real. I do have that one, yes. I just can't have them all up. I got rid of that one and the reverse of that one. Yeah, it is because 281% has got to get to 300%. Relative volume is fine. Obviously, the volume is fine. No, I don't want more monitors. I want fewer scans. That's the whole thing. It's not a matter of having. I think you're kidding me anyway, but it's not a matter of having more monitors so I could look at it. I just want fewer scans. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah, I'm sure that's a couples thing. Look left, look right. As long as you're on the right side. Wearing the right... Oh, political thing. No, not political. Did it break down? I know you were saying it looked like it was going to pop just a while back. No, yeah, right there. I guess you saw that. It looked like, okay, it's going to pop, but now it did break down. I'm probably not going to do anything more, guys, today in terms of trading. Oh, I thought I read something where it, okay, let me just see if I can find where you... Yeah, so the last thing I read was DCT pop. Looks like it's not going lower at least yet. So I'm assuming that was the pop you were referring to back then. Now, of course, it is heading lower, yes. Boy, this one, the Catchmark Timber Trust. What a thumping it took. And this one, yeah, so this one showed up at 10 o'clock. I think the problem with this one at the beginning of the day, it didn't have very much volume. Now, obviously, the volume has picked up huge. Because Rubber Toe, didn't you mention it? Somebody mentioned this one early, CTT, and I was saying it was underneath 500,000 shares at the time, and so that's why it wasn't showing on the scanner. HLBZ. So this was the one yesterday that said that they had a deal for Italy, streaming Italy, in Italy, NFL, right? Isn't that the one? And now And now, let's put Google in a press release and see what happens. So this is what Zach is talking about. Let's put Google in a press release and let's see what happens. Well, we know what's going to happen. I mean, man, for those of you guys who were around in the late 90s trading, I mean, you know this was the classic type of a press release. Put Microsoft, we're going to be part of Microsoft's something or other, enterprise, you know, little company, just put Microsoft in the press release, boom. What's that thing? The more things change, the more they say the same. So this is, you know, it's the same thing. I mean, put Google or in a press release, Amazon. Put it in a newspaper. Well, it's halted, so let's see what happens. I mean, we have a, this is this is going to have a big open. If it's a 5-minute halt, this is going to have a big open. And let's see, halted at 2:14 plus 24 seconds, so 2:19. So less than a minute. This is what I'm talking about. Again, one of the scans I am sharing, halt scan. So there it's halted. Typically they are 5-minute halts. And what I'm seeing right now it's starting to come down a bit, but the bid ask 1349, 1349, 1349, 1349, 1350, 1350. So it is, at one point it was 14, you know, sort of what it may open at. Of course, it changes. All right. Wonderfully anticlimactic. So if it's not a 5-minute halt, typically they are multiples of 5. So this looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt. Okay. Oh man, for people who got into this one before the halt, they were so hoping that it would open after 5 minutes. The reason being is that now this gives them more of a chance to settle back maybe to the price, $12.62. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. And this is, you know, you can kind of get a bit of a gauge to see where it may open. But of course this fluctuates. Now what you don't want to have happen is, as you know, the next 5 minutes, you don't want to start to see this bid ask really start to drop. And there's the halt at 12.62. No, what? Yeah. Well, you know, a couple things. I mean, it didn't get that. It got a little bit close to the 200-day moving average. So that, in fact, what did it get to? 178.89, and there it is. So within $2 of the area. And then that, you know, you could have probably said, okay, I'll take a short in this area with a stop at the SMA and see what would happen. All right, guys, just going to put one last, as we wait for HLBZ to open up. So this is the last day you can sign up for the test drive. So you will not get 10 days. You'll get next week, which is 5 trading days. It'll still cost you $11.11. Don't want to mislead anybody. So if you do click on that link, it ends on the 22nd. Okay, there's no extension. It's not okay. Well, give me 10 days from when I start. No. It ends on the 22nd. So if you think $11.11 is too expensive for five days with us, so be it. The next test drive won't be until January. But this is the last day to sign up if you want to. Test drive meaning have access to the full premium service. Well, it's starting to, yeah. It's starting to, yeah, well, it's 14. It does say 14 right now. Time is it? Well, CTT continues its mission downwards. Okay, what time is it? It is, okay, so if this is going to be a 10-minute halt, it'll be 2:24 plus 24 seconds, so a little bit more than a minute from now, if it is going to open in 10 minutes. And I'll keep it on the chart as we get close to the open. And it's still kind of fluctuating around here. Now it's actually, remember the last time we looked it was 1350, so now it's starting to move a little higher. This is the potential. Doesn't mean this is going to be, absolutely 100%, but this is a potential open, 1395-ish. So if you got into this one and you're now in it, you're going to look. Well, I'm almost sure you're not going to lose. You can't lose. Well, you could lose money, I guess, depending where you got in, and it drops immediately. But you shouldn't lose money on this one if you got in before this halt. All right. Well, let's see if this is going to be the 10-minute halt. So we are going to open in 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, opened. Come on, chart change. There we go. Wow, huge open, huge open. So if you got in before the halt, congratulations. Look at that open. Look at this. Look at what's happening. Now, if you're asking how do you trade these, you can't. I mean, if you got lucky and you got in before the halt, fantastic. The only way I trade these, like a halt, is if that had not popped up, it maybe dropped down just a little bit, and then it took the halt price out and moved up. That's the only, but right now you're just in complete chase mode. Yeah, but who can short this? I mean, I know Zach can probably short it, but at Interactive Brokers, you can't short it. I'm not saying that's the be-all and the end-all gauge, but I'm sure Zach can short it for sure. But can't short it at IB. I don't know how many other brokerage platforms have shorts available for this one, but but Centerpoint and Cobra I'm talking about people with, I'm going to call them more traditional brokerage accounts. The Fidelities, the E-Trades, the trade stations, and all those. You're right. I mean, Centerpoint, of course. Who's... Whew. You're talking about the calendar, Jean? You're talking about the calendar here? The calendar will be indicative of, this is in the simulator, of course. It'll be indicative of your trades if you're connected to your IB platform. I mean, in Interactive Brokers, I mean, there's a way, of course, to see history of trades. But, you know, if you're using Brokerage Plus, you can certainly see them in the calendar. Well, again, if you're going to use Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers once you start trading live, I mean, the calendar is right here, so it's pretty easily laid out. I'm sure within Interactive Brokers there's a way, maybe not a calendar, but I just don't. I've never tried it. All right, guys, as we get closer to 3 o'clock, when I'm going to wrap the room up, just one last look at my homepage with all the information. Save the link. So again, click on my homepage link, and of course, if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use. Click on the Get Trade Ideas. You'll see the various subscription plans. Trade of the Week, sent to you before the market opens Monday morning. The Stock of the Day video that I do. And all the education. These are the 3 free sections. And I encourage you, take a look at in the education. We've got a great user guide now. You know, you're looking for a topic. You know, it's all organized like this, but also a full table of contents, okay? So you can just pick and choose what you want to take a look at. You know, dock layout, free-floating layout. You know, it really is a great user guide. So you get stumped with something, take a look at the user guide and do a search. Okay? And to get you started, also the introductory lessons. They're very quick, you know. What is a top list? What is an alert window? All the basic features are explained here. Daily support in YouTube between 12 and 1. Webinars will start not next week, but the week after. You can sign up for them all here. And back to basics, okay? Great little video series. If you're brand new to trading or you just really, you know, maybe even want a refresher. It starts off with, you probably, if you've been trading for a while, you don't have to start off with a what is a stock. But seriously, this is a great refresher, or if you're brand new to trading, it's all free. And then, of course, my scans, all my scans, my layout. Real was talking about this one. I don't have up and running now, but, you know, I mean, it would have showed. Does it still have it here? Oh, I might have deleted it. Up big yesterday. Yeah, I think I might have deleted them. I put these 2 in. But anyway, all the scans that I'm sharing, you know, I think next week we'll probably get a little more activity out of this once we're right into earnings season. Today was sort of a prep. Next week we'll have a couple of hundred companies releasing earnings, and the week after probably about 500 to 600. So we'll get really into earnings over the next probably 3 to 4 weeks. But lots of other scans that I'm sharing. So save my link. These two sections, lots and lots of information. So save the link, then you can look at it whenever you want. Man, this one keeps moving down. CTT. Where's the support? Okay, on the monthly chart, you look left and we see about 875. On the weekly chart, this is probably a little closer. 894. So 9 could be a support area. But look at this. I mean, it broke right down through. Who was that? That wasn't you, Rubber Toe, was it? Or was that Bob? Bob, I think that might have been Bob D.E., Bob from Delaware. I think it was Bob from Delaware, if you're still in the room, mentioning this one to me, and it wasn't showing up on my scan because the volume was too light at the time. Pretty sure it was Bob from Delaware. Well, I don't know what version you should be using. I'm on a development version, so if you want to go back to a version that had nothing to do with docking and all that, you can request it. I don't know if that's why you're thinking that it's, but just go info at Trade Hub, and in fact, no, go to our homepage. But you'd have to explain to them, you know, why it sucks. Okay. And they can say, okay, here is a previous version that you can go to. Okay, so you go to the home page, and you can request a version, but you have to explain, is it because you think it's slow? Like, I don't know. I mean, it's too vague. It's just saying what you said. So are you talking on the charts? There is a delay. My alerts are fine. My alerts are definitely real time. I mean, because every time I check an alert, I check. I'm looking at my Brokerage Plus, not my Brokerage Plus, my IB platform. Is never out of whack. But the charts, yes, there is a definite little slowdown in the charts from what you might have been used to now. They are still working on it to try to figure out why it's happening, but I've come to grips with it. At the very beginning, it was unusable for me. I couldn't use it. I've come to grips with it because, again, when I click on an alert, now there's always an 8-second refresh, okay? But when you click on an alert, okay, I mean, that is a real-time alert. Now, for me, what I'm doing is I'm looking at if I want to trade this, I'm not looking at the chart anymore. What I'm doing is I'm looking at, time and sales and interactive brokers. So the fact that, so it doesn't really bother me. Best I can say it. Doesn't really bother me. And yes, I'm an intraday trader, so if it wasn't working for me, I wouldn't be using the AI charts or the TI charts. But can this be improved? Like what you're seeing, you know, right there, that little bit of a delay. You see, I clicked on ME and it was like a second and a half. Also depends on if you check underneath your underneath file, what is the ping rate, whatever you want to call it, the milliseconds, the number that you see. What number do you see? Anything under 100 is okay. But if you're getting blips of 120, 300, and then and this is what I'm talking about, right there, that number right there. What number are you seeing? Because again, anything under 100 is okay. Well, it shouldn't be a horrendous delay. Yeah, it's the latency. I'm sorry, just semantics. Yes, but if you listen, they can give you another version if you want. Okay, just go to the home page. Go to the home page and say, I don't like the speed of this version. Give me another one, and they'll give one to you. Okay, it'll be 4.2 point something, I think. Okay. And all you're losing, and you may not care. The biggest feature of say the new version is the dock channel bar, but you may not care, because with the dock channel bar now I can go into different channels, all these themed channels, and my layout does not disappear. You know, I can click on a channel, and in the past your layout would disappear. But if you don't care about going to different channels during the day, then it doesn't matter. It's not like there's been amazing. Well, the charts have been enhanced. There's been a lot of enhancements in the charts too, but that may not be. You can always go back to a previous version then. All right. Not that I'm going to do it. I'm too fried to do anything here, but here's yellow. This is what, hey, and it's shortable. It's shortable, Zach, for me. $765 is the VWAP, okay. Definitely the volume coming in. Can it take out 8? Nice little, nice little break here actually though, out of kind of a little bit of consolidation. Greed. This was the new, another one that's popping here. This was the SPAC, right? Turned into, I can't remember what the SPAC was. Also shortable. Spirit, that's right. That wasn't a SPAC, you're right. That was the SPRT. This was a meme stock. Have they got a hold of it? Let's bring back support SPRT. And remembering this, crazy. So this is when this was a real meme stock. Went from 9 to 20, and I'm sure people thought, okay, how much further can it go? 20 to 59. And then it turned into greed, and the rest is history. No, Douglas and Kelly, no. The AI Holly strategies, they're all proprietary. So you do not have access to the scanners itself or the filter values, etc. No, they're all proprietary. Big float, unless I've got this wrong, I see 4.5 million for greed. Unless our provider is incorrect, it's a low float. No real tip, John. I mean, Jane, we have a post-market scanner. You can take a look at that. I don't do too much post-market trading. I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks ago, I actually did maybe 4 or 5 over the course of about 2 weeks, which is if I looked at the previous 10 years, I probably didn't do any post-market trading. So I don't get too much involved in the post-market trading, but we do have a post-market channel. So if you click on new, Doc channel bar, and after hours it's called. You got to be very careful though. You have to make sure that the stock has got a lot of volume. You don't want to get trapped in something that has no volume. And you have to also, when you click on an alert, check the spread. Sometimes you'll see a stock pop up and you'll look, wow, look at this. And then you check the spread in your broker and you'll see like some ridiculous spread. So, good, in my opinion, after-hour trades are few and far between. It's not like the pre-market. And if you're new to trading, I would, I probably would not even look at the post-market. Oh, since inception, I have no idea. Yeah, you can send something to info@trade-ideas.com. I think they've got some kind of graphical presentation of how it's done versus a SPY, okay? I don't pay any attention to it because I treat every alert on its own. I treat every way of trading it on its own. That is in pure automation to do the comparison, which is, I don't think, the way to use the AI. So my result of the ones that I might take from the AI may be very, very different from somebody else's result. So, but you can ask for that. And see, I don't know what they have anymore. When I say they, I'm talking about, well, it's Trade Ideas, but I think somebody might have some kind of a graph. But I don't think it's going to tell you much, to be honest. All right, so Yell now rejected at 8. Yell rejected at 8. Yeah, I would completely shy away. Yes, I completely shy away from trading after hours, even pre-market. Though there are a lot of stocks that trade a lot of volume in the pre-market. But if you're new to trading, I would just stick with waiting for the market to open, whatever that means. I mean, the market's open. We're calling the market open at 9:30, but of course there's lots of pre-market action. But I would wait. I don't trade very much in the pre-market myself. Oh, I see. I misunderstood what you meant there, Douglas and Kelly. The win percentage, that is a strategy. They take the strategies once the market closes. And again, I can't wait for not have to say this anymore, but what they do is they take the strategies, the AI strategies, and then they run them through an optimization routine. And so for a strategy to make the cut, in theory, it has to have at least a 60% win percentage. That's not since inception, no. And then a profit factor of I think at least 2. Okay, so that usually the back testing takes place over. It could be anywhere from 30 to 63 trading days, 3 months, because strategies can degrade quickly. So a strategy that might, if you used our back tester, if you had a strategy of your own and you back tested it, and it came out to 80% win rate, you might go, wow, that's fantastic. Next week, it might dip down to 40%. Okay? See, strategies can degrade a lot. So what the AI tries to do, though, is it looks at the strategy, and what you and I can't do is start making filter adjustments and adding a filter in and taking one out, or maybe changing filter values and doing it over and over and over and over and over and over again. Okay? And trying to optimize it. It would take us forever to try to do something like that, especially if you had 70 strategies that you were doing this with. So no, it's not since inception, no. To answer your long-winded explanation, I didn't read your question correctly. And again, something that backtests well over the last 30 days or 60 days or 90 days doesn't absolutely mean that today it's going to perform. Yeah, so I don't need premium at all, Douglas, because I mean, heresy. I work for Trade Ideas, but I mean, if I use the AI no more, no less as a watch list. That's all it is for me. And some make sense to me, some don't. I usually look at the ones. If I see something under $20, I'll take a look at it. I don't consider it any different from any of the scans that I have. It's the same thing. I have some scans that I've put together. I click on the alert and I check the chart. And if I like to trade it, I will. If I don't, I pass. Okay, so personally, I don't need the AI. I have enough else going on. But I certainly use it because it's just another watch list for me. So adding the VWAP or anything, you can add the just right click and go to indicators, and then we have a VWAP right here, VWAP, and just click on it, and then you'll add it to the display. Don't be sorry, and you'll. So if you want to add it to a chart, I mean, I don't. I usually just add it to my. No, usually I have it in my single stock window. But if you want to add the VWAP to a chart, again, right click, indicators, and just find it. It should be in alphabetical order and just add it, okay? And then you can adjust it for the periods you want, etc. Or not the periods, but most of them you can adjust, but you just add it. Yeah, well, listen, when they first started the AI, I mean, the hopes were that you could run it in a fully automated way, like literally take every trade and let the AI get you out of the trade. I mean, those were the hopes, the dreams, the desires. It just doesn't work like that, though. You know, that's why you hear me say all the time, I don't. People want to. You want to try auto trading the AI? Try it in the simulator. Okay, you can use the simulator, and you'll see exactly how it would work. Now, there's maybe a minor argument to be made that you could take the AI alerts at the time of the alert and then manage the exits on your own. I still wouldn't do that. I always want to see a chart before I take a trade. Even if it takes me 5 seconds, I mean, it can't be the end of the world, you know, to have to wait 5 seconds to get into a trade. But I do get it that there are people that would love just to be able to let the AI trade for them all day long, leave their computer and count their money at the end of the day. I understand that. Did you short yell yet? Still hanging underneath that 9 or 8, sorry. All right, guys, so I know I'm going to shut right at 3, but if there are no more questions, I'm kind of whipped. It's been a long week. If there are, listen, I'll always stick around if there are questions. But if we have, and don't be shy, if you want to ask a question, go ahead. Not like I have anywhere to go, but if you don't have any questions, then I'll give it another minute or two. I think I'll just wrap it up. Okay, hey, I appreciate all that. Thank you. It's a wonderful room. We got lots of great traders in the room, and more importantly, we have people willing, not just myself, but people willing to help each other. I mean, that to me is the room. It's not about my telling you what to buy or sell all day long. You know, I do try to help people understand how to, you know, use the program. But we've got traders in the room that are just very, very willing to help others, and that is so important. Well, it ain't sunny in 68 where I live. That's for sure. All right, thank you for that, Tim. Dan at trade-ideas.com. My boss. Okay, guys, I think I shall wrap it up then. I don't see any other questions. Okay. All right. I will have a great rest. Thank you. So I will open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So as always, have a great weekend, and except my script is not to copy, so just a minute. Make sure the script is correct. Okay. So have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Bye-bye.